I'm just kidding, I got the sound working ahead of time this time. Ladies, gentlemen, and cyborgs, welcome to Voidstar Lab. The last time, previously on Voidstar Lab, we're gonna make a water-cooled oscilloscope. Oh no, I seem to have broken my reservoir. Oh no, it looks like these new fittings don't fit. Oh no, it doesn't look like the tube fits either. Oh my gaming PC has sprung a leak and now it's completely destroyed. Yeah, it's been eventful last couple weeks, but we have returned with better knowledge, with better tools, and this time I literally just broke the micro USB port off of my little macro pad, so I'm gonna have a little bit of a harder time switching camera angles today. But apart from that, it's time. It is time to take revenge on the project that stymied us and flummoxed us and bamboozled us. It is time to put hand bent hardline tubing in an oscilloscope. That's right. Techniac nailed it. We are completely cursed, but through hard work and throwing money at the problem, we have a way out. You see, having to completely rebuild my gaming computer, well, it turned out to be a really good training experience. And I got a lot of practice on how to make liquid cooling systems and make sure that everything works well. It also gave me a number of opportunities. To go to my very favorite store and pick up all the supplies we'll need to do this thing properly. My head is cut off. Excuse me? Evilly twisted. I don't think you're telling the truth. My head is very clearly occupying this entire part of the screen. Anyways, yeah. So let's talk about what we're gonna do today. So this is right over here. Wait, nope, over here. That is the Omegalith. The megalith has been taken to the next level. We did a little bit of this and showed a little bit of this in a previous stream. You can see the right over here. You can see the radiator grill that we were working on. That's what ended up happening with it. What else were we working on? We did the radiator grill. We did over here. You can see up here the exposure is way off, but you'll have to take my word for it. That we've got the color-changing Voidstar Lab logo up here, and if we bring the camera down here, we've got our boot messages, and of course I added some stickers so that people know how cool I am, because you know what counts is on the inside, but what's on the inside is covered in water blocks. Yeah. Anyways, that's what we did last time, and well, this project came together really well. I learned a ton. It came out looking sick. The frosted tubes are awesome. Well, it really set us up for doing a great job. With this project. You'll notice that the tank is new. So I decided that instead of buying a new tank for the oscilloscope, we'd be better off buying a new tank for the PC and then using the old one in the oscilloscope. Yeah. So great. So as for the 3D printer, the 3D printer was a huge success. If you follow me on Instagram, I've put up a couple pictures of the prints that I've been doing with that. Yeah. I ended up putting them up. Who Discover Design Crate asks who won the giveaway. The winner of the giveaway was a lucky viewer in the Netherlands. I got in contact with him yesterday, and Anycubic is going to send out his machine within the next day or two. So thanks to everyone who entered. Bart, if you're here, please say hi. Otherwise, yes. It was a lot of fun. I'm really impressed with the printer. Like, I want to be careful how that's the way of saying it. How exuberant I express my opinion on this, because my judgment is compromised, you know, like I was paid, but the printer is pretty impressive. For, like I've learned since that it is pretty much it is just like an Ender. It's like an Ender clone, but it's a particularly good Ender clone with a lot of accessories right out of the box, and I'm actually really impressed with it. I'll tell you what, I ran a print off on it last night. What do you say? What do you say we go take a look at it? What do you say I go grab it? Switching camera angles is going to be a little awkward today because I kind of broke the micro USB port off of my macro pad, but we are going to make it work. Oh, you get to see my breakfast. All right, I'm gonna head right into the 3D printer closet and show you what I printed. Get out of there. Well. Brooke, I'm doing this one for you. Check it out. It's a whale. No. It's an adorable little whale that stores our SD cards. Well, let's get that out of there too. Oh, seems as though my exposure is a little off, but look at that. It's a cute little whale that stores our SD cards. I printed this on the Anycubic Viper. It also looks like it also stores the flash drives. That's fancy. Let me get myself a flash drive. Get out of there. It's still plugged in because I was upgrading my motherboard's BIOS. Yeah, check it out. Isn't that cute? This is all just a ruse to let me. Adjust my camera on stream. Oh, looks like I should probably cover this up. So yesterday was my anniversary, and I celebrated by cutting my hand pretty badly while cleaning up a 3D print. So yeah, I ended up in the urgent care, bleeding a lot. Luckily, it didn't need stitches, but it looks kind of gross. So I'm just gonna wear this. I'm just gonna wear this glove. It's gonna come in handy anyways because oh, pardon me. Because we are going to be working with heat today. Yeah, as you can tell, I managed to get my my omnidirectional studio mic set up. I'm noticing the levels are a little low, so let's take a. I'm noticing that the levels are a little low, so I'm just going to pop open sound settings, which I got to work. And let's just turn that up. Oh, there. That's a problem. Oh my. There we go. That's the problem right there. So when we're actually doing the bending, I am going to. When we're actually doing the bending. Oh my. I'm gonna switch back over to the headset mic so you guys, gals and cyborgs, can hear things other than a heat gun. Yes, it's not Voidstar Lab unless we are having trouble with the sound. But you know what the problem was? You know what the problem was with this mic? The thing that's been bamboozling me for the last month. The mic outputs at 44.1 kilohertz. And I had the computer set up to receive it at 48 kilohertz. That's it. That's all that was the problem. Am I? Oh, is this? Are we a little too bassy right now? What's going on here? Let's see what's going on here. We got some problems here again. Looks fine for me. Just all right. Bear with me 1 sec. I'm just gonna turn it back down. All right. How's this? How's this? Are we doing better? Are we doing better? All right. Because like I have no ability to check my own sound while the stream is going. Because if I put it on a mic, if I put on a oh my. Some AI noise removal. Hopefully we don't have any noise. Anyways, let's. I missed a super chat, so let's take a quick look at that one. Because I really appreciate the super chats. Super chats and patrons are what allow me to pay for all this crap. Alan Tirado, thanks a lot for the $5. He says, love your live streams. I hope you take over the world, you awesome cyborg. Well, if I do, it's going to be in a laser-armed walking death tank that you helped pay for. So thank you very much for your contribution, Alan. You kick butt. So let's see. Yeah, so today, we really have only... Today, you notice, I didn't put the to-do list there. In part because no one ever read because very few people read the to-do list. In fact, so few people read the to-do list that people would actually... so few people read the to-do list that folks would actually... well, they'd ask questions about the to-do list, like while looking at it. They would even use the same words that were on the to-do list to ask about things on the to-do list. So, I cut it. But we really only have one job, and that is, let's bend some tubes. Yeah, that's pretty much it. We're gonna bend some tubes. Before we get too far into it, today's stream is sponsored by things.com, and I did this really elaborate bit setup where I was gonna do like a replay of the last time. Anyways, yeah, let's get ourselves over to let's take a quick look. That's not what I wanted at all. Boring code stuff. Oh, you're not supposed to see this. This is me shopping for filaments. Why would I be shopping for why would I be shopping for new filaments? What could I ever use more filaments for? I thought I did a video of all the filaments. Anyways, today's episode is sponsored by things.com, which I'm going to have a bit of a hard time typing because I now have a glove on one of my hands. Things.com. Yeah, things.com is a site to download all kinds of 3D printable things. This one look kind of sussy. Yeah, so as you can see, there's no goofy photographs. There's no messing around. There's no price tags anywhere because all the models are free. All there is ready to print models and ready to edit models. And let's see. And you can even view them in augmented reality. Let's see if I don't actually think so. I did get the Space Mouse. Thanks a lot to Felix for funding the Space Mouse. We were gonna get a little use out of this. I don't actually think it's Space Mouse compatible. I think all you can do is zoom in and out. Yep, that's all you can do. It emulates a scroll. Emulates a scroll wheel. Oh no, I lost my sus spaceman. Yeah, but I've been hard at work putting some of my own things on things. Every 3D printed part that I did for this computer, for the megalith, or for the O-megalith, is on things. So we've got the fan grill, right, with the Voidstar Lab logo. There are actually three of them here. We've got the fan grill. We've got a thin fan grill for the bottom. We have the radiator cover with the logo on it, and we have a big 3-part 360mm radiator cover that's on the top of it. It's pretty cool. We also, even if you aren't planning on putting Voidstar Lab Flare in your PC, you might get a kick out of this. This is a little magnetic bracket that holds RGB strips onto the case. You see, the RGB strips here are actually on the edge. See that? Magnetically attached to the inside of the case, so the whole thing looks all diffused. And if you want to download that, it's all right there. Anyways, thanks a lot to Things for sponsoring this episode. And oh right, and of course the 3-board, right, with like the 3-button macro pad that I would be using right now if I had remembered to charge it, is also on Things. Yeah, and I also made this fancy little organizing tray for the Viper. Yeah, because the built-in tray, the magnets were backwards, and instead of doing the sensible thing, and pulling the magnets out and turning them around, I just redesigned the whole thing. No big deal. Cut my hand open while trimming it up. Anyways, yeah. Thanks to Things.com for sponsoring this. I really want to. We're eventually going to test out the augmented reality, but not right now. We have far more important things to do, such as bending some tubing. So, without further ado, get my sandwich out of the way. Let's gather our gear. Let's get everything in position. Oh, that's why my face was so dull. Because I didn't have the light on. That makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? All right. Let's get our whale out of here. Whale. I've got some water. It's very important to stay hydrated. Come on, focus, please. Woo! It's important to stay hydrated. Let's move the chair over here. And I suppose this would be as good a time as any to bust out the new hot air station. I put up at a viewer's insistence, at a Discord member's insistence. I put up an Amazon wish list with a bunch of stuff on it that would really help the channel. And this gentleman was kind enough to grab a proper hot air rework station. My old hot air rework station died ingloriously after a mere 8 years of service. Can you believe it? What a piece of garbage. And hopefully this one works a little better. So we're going to be using this guy to do our bending because we can control the temperature. We don't have to worry got some Darjeeling Supreme. We don't have to worry too much about the heat getting out of control and figuring out where to park it. Because now we got this guy. I don't actually know what temperature you're supposed to bend. You're supposed to bend tubing at. I would imagine it's in the neighborhood of 200. I imagine it's in the neighborhood of like 80 to 100 Celsius, because it's PETG, and PETG starts softening at 70 Celsius. I've never actually turned this on, so let's see what goes wrong. Brooke says I'm too pessimistic. She says I'm too pessimistic about everything going wrong, and I say that everything goes wrong, so it's a pretty reasonable approach. Okay, so we're gonna use. Question is, do we need a nozzle? I think we probably don't want a nozzle. We probably want to open this thing up full blast. So let's turn it on. It says 500. Well, it said 572, which seems a bit impossibly high. All right, so let's go to channel 1, 212. So these channels are set to 212, 392, and 572. 600 Celsius. I am sus. Let's just say that's a little on the sus side. I think 200 is a little too hot. So why isn't this? Oh, is that the lowest it goes? We're gonna have some fun today. Okay, so we've got our hot air gun. The next thing we're gonna need is some water. We're gonna need a little bit of soapy water as like a lubricant for our tubing insert thing. I just so happen to have one right over here, so I'm gonna put you back on looking at my hypnotizing computer while I go grab it. There we go. Beautiful. Next thing we're going to need in order to bend tubing is some tubing. I got that right over here, I think. Yep, here we go. Here we go. Okay, so here's our tubing. Here it is. You notice that this tubing is a little different than the last tubing. See, this tubing is Bits Power brand, and our fittings are also Bits Power brand. So I'm pretty sure this one is gonna work. Yeah. See, it's funny because this one is sold as here we go, 12 millimeter outer diameter, right? The other one, the other tubing is sold as 12 millimeter, except this one is much narrower than that one, and so this one is not only much narrower, but it's also wider on the inside. The walls are thick. The walls are thinner. Anyways, yes, we have a whole bunch of tubing. You're gonna have to. It doesn't really fit on the desk, so I'm gonna put it over here. You're gonna have to just pretend. Now we just need the rest of our tools. We've got the insert. This thing is going to go inside the tubing to keep it from collapsing when we bend it. We don't want the walls to collapse. I'm going to use this one because it's a bit thicker. This one is a wire. I put a wire inside it. I put a cable inside it so that it's more rigid, which is going to be helpful because we have to. We're working with thinner tubing, so we're gonna put this thing in the water so that it's nice and lubed up when it's time to go. All right, next tool we need is tubing cutter. This is PETG tubing, so it's very soft. Looks like we have a Colorado flag. I'll put this on my Subaru. Yeah. It's traditional to drive a Subaru in Colorado. We got some fittings. You know what? I think the first order of business here is to make sure the fittings fit. We're gonna do this. You see, we're doing this properly today, right? We got the water, right? We're not just shoving this thing in dry, in a manner of speaking. We're doing some test fits. We are gonna do this right. Last time we were the victims of circumstance, but this time we are going to kick circumstance's butt. We are going to lift circumstance up by its ankles, shake out its lunch money, and throw it in its locker until it misses the bus and has to walk 2.5 miles home in a thunderstorm. That's right, we're doing this properly. Alright. That looks like it fits. Oh. Does it fit? Oh man, if Bits Power fittings don't fit Bits Power tubing, I am going to have we're going to go on an adventure to Micro Center, and we're gonna oh there we go. I don't need to make empty threats anymore. These Bits Power fittings are a much tighter fit than the Primo Chill ones I was using. I used for my other PCs, but they seem to work just fine. Yeah, they're much tighter fit, and the tubing doesn't bottom out as far. But yep, this is definitely the right part for the job. So our tubing's good, our fittings are good. Luckily, Micro Center, it turns out, carries the full range of Bits Power fittings. I'm actually really impressed with these. Fittings, by the way. We're trying out a new camera angle today. I've got the studio camera. Oh, let's open this up a little bit. Yeah, I've got the studio camera, the Blackmagic, set up at a bit of an angle with the macro lens. So we should be able to use this to get close-ups. Yeah, these Bits Power fittings are actually really good. I'm a little sus because they're cheap. Like, these things are about 1/3 the price of the Primo Chill ones, and even though they're much smaller, like these are they're CNC milled I think aluminum, I want to say. They're not brass, but they're still very high quality. Yeah, I'm pretty impressed. Bits Power did not pay me to say that. That's an actual opinion. Yeah, as you can tell, I'm a little uneasy about inadvertently reviewing a product that I was given for free. I don't want to lose any remaining credibility after being completely unable to set up audio for a stream. All right, so there's only one more thing we need here. I feel like I'm going to end up saying that a few times because I'm very disorganized. But I believe the only remaining item we need is, it's the scope. The last thing we're going to need is the thing we're actually modifying, because we're gonna be doing our test fitting against that. So, spilling parts everywhere. Awesome. Ah, jeez, that's the high quality Voidstar content that you sign up for. Here we go. Oh, jeez, Louise. Everything's fine. It's all part of the script. Yeah, we got some oscilloscope action. All right, so if you see inside, I'm gonna put Kamuri is a piece of crap. All right, I think I'm actually going to replace these brass ones. I'm gonna have a little trouble orienting this properly. Yeah, we're probably gonna replace these brass ones with more black ones because I bought them. But let's see. So now that we have so now that we got this over here, I'm just going to move the camera further down. Please stop wobbling. So yeah, focus please. So all of the water blocks have been all these water blocks have been polished back up to 100%. I got a little bit of a very gentle, non-abrasive metal polish, and I gave them all a thorough scrub. So let's pull this guy out and replace it with a new one. These are almost too small. Or yeah, the holes are almost too close together. If I had bought any other brand of fittings, then this would have been a disaster in and of itself. But you can see in there, it's bright and shining and gleaming. I keep going to press keys on the on my keypad, and I seem to have ripped the USB port off of it. You can hear it rattling around. Listen. F. Even the stuff I don't make breaks. So yeah, we're gonna place the fittings, and then yeah, we're gonna bend some tubes. We're gonna do what we came here to do. We're gonna bend some tubes. Then we're just gonna see when we do that. We're gonna see if the hot air gun is too loud. If it's too loud, we're gonna switch over. Why isn't this going in? Did I buy the wrong size somehow? No, there's only one size. It's all G1/4. Why are these called G1/4 fittings anyways? Like I don't think any of their dimensions are a 1/4 inch. Maybe it's a 1/4 inch inner diameter, like nominal inner diameter, but that doesn't make any sense either. Yeah, why are these things called G1/4? Anyone you smart hive mind know this? Come on. Unscrew. Let us see. Light speed is hella sus. Let's see. Am I saying and ah too often? Am I gonna lose my? I guess I am saying and ah too often. What happened to my other fitting? I must have knocked it off when I was ruining everything. Yep, here it is. Am I saying and ah too often? Yes. Believe it or not, when I haven't rehearsed a script and loaded it into a wearable computer that I'm looking at all times, I am not capable of being both funny and fluent. Yep. You'd be amazed. I assume we could talk about this a little bit later, but you would be amazed how many comments are like, I love your show and I think you're funny, but to take off the heads up display, like, it's keeping me from looking you in the eye. I'm like, really? Really? The difference between you liking the show and not is my left eye. My right eye, like, whatever. You don't care what's going on with the right eye, but the left eye, that's the one. That's the game breaker right there. If I could see your left eye, this would all be different. You'd be getting millions of views. Yeah, I don't get it. I really want to explain that, like, this show could not be possible without the wearable computer. I'm still figuring out what to do with the wearable in this show too. It's turning out to be quite hard. Brandon Eich suggests that pretty sure that the 1/4 of G1/4 is the length of the thread. Not sure about the G. That is that's actually feasible. That does look like about 5 millimeters long. Yeah, I think it could be possible. Okay, so let's think. How were we? I've forgotten everything about this build because of all of the crazy stuff that happened last time. So I think like if I remember this right, we were gonna go like it was gonna go in here, and then from here to here, from here to here, from here to here, and then from here back out. I think that's what was going on. Acalia elementia. That perverted furry vixen Acalia. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Keep the HUD, Zack. It's expletive deleted awesome. Thank you very much. I plan on it. I plan on it. I acknowledge the haters, but I don't listen to them. Thank you so much for the $20. That was most generous. It's going to go towards a good cause. Me. Okay. So let's do this. Okay, so I think the first one to do is this bend here, because it's very short and it'll be good practice. Let's get this cable. Let's get this cable tucked in here. Oh my! It seems like our voltage regulator has become detached. Oh my! I really need to get the Discord emotes into YouTube. I almost said Twitch. Into YouTube chat because I love them all, except the Bionicle one. The Bionicle one was a victim of circumstance. Yes, the space. B-Dude asked me, see the space mouse. We will take a look at the space mouse later. We do have some 3D modeling to do because we have to do something to tie this into today's sponsor things. So we are going to take a look at that. I discovered, by the way, the space mouse. It works with Prusa. Like, it works with Prusa slicer, and this is really interesting because you have to actually implement the space mouse into the app developer has to implement it. It's not like a joystick or keyboard or a mouse, right? That like just works with everything. Right, it's up to the developer to implement it themselves. So this means that someone at Prusa, wrote in support for this really esoteric peripheral that I bet like 100 people actually have. I want to find out who that is and give them a virtual high five if they're into that kind of thing. I guess I could give them a space high five with their space mouse. So. I think it's about time to get rolling. I think it's about time to do the thing that brought us in here today. If it gets loud, I'm going to warn you. If this turns out to be too loud, we'll switch over to the headset. Otherwise, yeah, let's take a look. Okay. Otherwise, yeah, let's give this a shot. Nope, I don't want that. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so this is a short piece, so we'll cut off a short tubing. Oh, you think it's too short? It's probably too short. Let's go here. I'm not worrying too much about nailing this one. This is the first few are kind of our tune-ups. Each of the tubes in the Omegalith, I probably ended up doing them around 4 times each. Yeah. Let's try not to drip water all over our $18,000 oscilloscope. All right. This goes in here. Oh. Let's see. Yep. Awesome. And let's get the... Oh, it's dripping on my leg. Oh, that's disgusting, man. Oh, hell. Okay. So let's engage the shmoo. Engage the shmoo. This is so much quieter than my last hot air gun. My last hot air gun was deafening. I literally had to use my Bluetooth. I usually use my Bluetooth headset to listen to music, but but I had to use like earplug style headphones in order to listen to a podcast or something while using the hot air gun. But this one's so quiet. Oh, look at it! It detects when it's in the holder. Oh, that's neat. It detects when it's in the holder, which is actually kind of a problem because I want to use it while it's in the holder. Huh? I wonder how. Wonder if it's got a magnet in there. You think it's not a magnet? I don't know what I would do with that information, even if I knew. Let's figure out a place to put this. Let's put this here. Brandon Ike, thanks for the $5 super chat. Oops, I guess I was wrong about G1/4. Sorry, everyone. I'm gonna have to go back and see what all that was about. We're gonna need more air. More air. Brooke asked if I need more hands. I do not need more hands. I'm guessing that the shroud on this isn't gonna get terribly hot. Okay, so let's give this a shot. We're gonna need to adjust the temperature a little bit. Invidious says use a magnet in the holder and a reed switch in the handle. That seems possible. That seems plausible. See, Adam Bryant says there's a magnet. If you twist the tool, it may stay on the stand. Doesn't look like it. If there is a magnet, it must be quite powerful. All right. So let's see if this is enough, or if we have to turn up the heat. I don't actually know how hot the previous heat gun was because well, I don't have a thermometer that goes that high. We should probably do that though. We should probably get one. Red Panda 13 says it's time to print a holder. Yeah, it is. I would have done it earlier, but I didn't realize that this had like a detection thing in it. All right, so let's turn up the heat. The actual temperature of the air that makes it onto the part is always going to be colder than the temperature of the air leaving the nozzle, even assuming that's correct. Yes. Well, luckily, Zook says, Zack, let's just go 3D print another holder for the heat gun. Yes, I do that. But I also happen to have a lot of high temperature filaments from a certain episode, and we got more on the way in case I ever want to hypothetically make a follow-up to that very episode. So I do have a lot of high temperature materials that can resist heat beyond what bends PETG. So it is possible. So let's see. I'm gonna heat this up. As this heats up, we're gonna see the water start to boil. And the way PETG tubing bends, it just goes from 0 to 60. It like goes from this thing is rigid, it'll never bend, to yeah. I'm also not being particularly rigorous about how I heat it up because it stores so much heat. It's such a good thermal insulator that it stays soft for so long. As long as it all heats up eventually, it's going to be fine. So let's see. Evilly Twisted, thanks a lot for the $2. $2 super chat. Hey you. Hey. Yes. As for doing our 3D models, this sequence alright. It's pretty solid. We do these things not because they are easy, but because we thought they would be easy. That's my new quote. I love it. It's so true. So true. It's why starting a project, even a simple one, is so dangerous. Because it's just so hard to tell in advance whether something is actually going to be difficult and, well, how much time it's going to take. So it looks like we're still not, we're softening, but not very much. So I'm going to bring this thing up to 300 Celsius. And let's see what happens there. We're going to know if we have it turned up too hot. If you try to bend tubing with a heat gun that's too hot, the water starts to... Basically, the plastic gets too soft, and the water starts to boil, and that causes it to make air bubbles, make air pockets. This is so much easier with acrylic. Acrylic loves doing that. PETG is far more tolerant. PETG goes from like, you know, rigid to you know, like bendy to soft. Acrylic goes directly from solid to liquid. Right. I'm not too worried about bending my hands because there's a lot of insulating material. Yeah, there's a lot of insulating material here. Alright. Come on. You can do it, heat gun. I believe in you. It could be this heat gun's fan just isn't powerful enough to do, to use it for what we're trying to do. If that's the case, then there's no problem. I have the other heat gun. I used the other heat gun to make the entire PC, and it worked great. So I don't think it's going to be a game-breaking situation. I think those are behind us. I hope those are behind us. Come on. It's getting soft. It's softening up. I don't like how long it's taking, because we do need the ability to like send heat to areas that are starting to cool off. If the tube isn't heated thoroughly, right? If one side of it is cold and another side is warm, it ends up with a flat on it when you bend it, which just doesn't look very nice. So yeah, I do all my tubing bending freehand. Just because like I find that like if I try to use like a guide or a jig, it leaves marks on the tubing, which isn't a problem with acrylic because you can buff them out, but PETG doesn't really buff as well. Oh, we have liftoff. Oh, see that? See that? Started to deflect a little. So let's just carry that through the rest of the tube, the rest of the bend. Bendy and the... Remember that game, like that horror game with the animation, Bendy and the Inkwell or something or other? I watched Let's Plays of the first 2 parts, and then I just stopped watching Let's Plays forever. I think it was Markiplier who was playing it. Like, how did that game end up ending? Did they even end it? I remember it was going to be a 5-parter, but at the time there was a bit of a hiatus between parts 3 and 4. Let's play YouTube. Yep, they thought that people wanted to watch. They thought that the kids wanted to watch people play video games, but it turns out the kids just wanted to watch people play Minecraft and Roblox. I can't believe Roblox is still around. That blows my mind. That blows my mind. If you would ask me like which game would go the distance, I think I would see I'd see Minecraft doing it, but Roblox? Come on. So it looks like we have a bit of a kink here. Or it looks like we have a bit of a bulge. This part of the tubing is bulging outwards a bit. That's a problem. We're gonna try to recover by bending this part, but I don't think this heat gun is appropriate for what we're doing here. Unfortunately, I don't think it's got the airflow that I don't think it's got the airflow that we need. Or I don't have the patience to use the airflow available to us. Come on. Come on. Get soft. It's cool to be hard, then I want to be soft. I gotta find myself some seriously sensitive dudes. That seems about right. Let's heat this up and compress this a bit closer together. Yeah, look at anti-kink tubing is doing work. Bricked Pixel, thanks a lot for the $5 super chat. My Prusa i3 kit just arrived today. Can you help me name it? I always name mine something with squirt in it. So how about the Squirt Locker? Matt Benson says, worst chatterbait channel ever. You like watching me bend my hot tubing, don't you? You want to see my hot tubing. It's getting rigid. It's getting solid. Oh no, I still have not released the super hacking app. I was going to, but then I cut myself and ended up in urgent care. Brooke can attest to that. All right, let's pull this out. Look at that. That's what the soap is for. Looks all right. It's not great. This is more of a size check. This looks okay. We're going to we need to make the next one marginally tighter. But otherwise, I think this is in the ballpark. Let's cut this down. I like to make it a little longer, like a lot longer, like an inch longer, to give myself lots of room to cut. It's not bad. I do need to make the next one bend a bit tighter, but this is pretty good. Okay, so I'm going to. Looks like our temperature. I'm going to turn the temperature up a bit more. We're going to bring this up to about 330. I want the ability to heat it up quickly, so that if we notice a cold spot developing, like you see this bump here. Let me actually switch us over to the no, not that one. Over here, please. There we go. Yeah. So you see that? See this bump right here? I'm gonna focus this up. Focus, you expletive deleted. Someone is an SCP fan. Yeah, so this bump right here is caused by this area being hotter than the surrounding areas. This part with the little bump was heated up really soft, and the parts around it weren't. So that when it bent, sort of the harder areas around it pushed that part up like a mountain. So we are going to. Here we go. Yeah, so the next one we're just going to make sure we heat it up more evenly, but we're going to leave this guy over here to use as a size reference, because we got that one pretty close. So let's cut off another bit of tubing. We have 4 meters of this tubing, so if we run out, I'll be sad, but I'll also be a little bit surprised. All right, so let's wet our whistle. Oh, yeah. Don't demonetize me, YouTube. It's just a joke. Alright, let's do this. So, we're going to concentrate on a smaller area here. I probably cut this one a lot too long. Fun fact, all humans have a really hard time estimating circumference. As weird as that sounds, it's part of the human condition. So you should never really trust yours or anyone else's estimates related to how long it is to travel around something, such as bending a tube or, doing laps around a house, etc. Us humans are terrible at estimating circumference. We tend to either estimate it wildly high or wildly low. It's really hard to estimate that, the circumference of something is about 3 times how wide it is. We tend to think it's either smaller or bigger. Fun fact. All right. Maybe I should put one of the nozzles on. Maybe that would help. No, I'm just gonna put this over here. Let's try using a chip desoldering nozzle. Yeah, everything's fine. Try using a chip desoldering nozzle, concentrate heat a little more. They actually make special nozzles for this. They make these little wraparound nozzles that direct the heat all around the full, basically 180 to 270 degrees of the tube. And those would be perfect for it. I couldn't find one for this that would arrive in time though. It was only available as part of a set that had to ship from China, and it would take like 6 weeks. I wait for no one. Come on, my arm is starting to hurt. So when I cut myself and ended up in urgent care, I realized that it's been probably a decade since I got my tetanus booster. So I had to get vaccinated too. So yeah, just to add insult to injury, in addition to slicing open one hand, I had to get a shot in the other arm, so we get full 360 degrees of pain. Oh my, what a way to spend our anniversary. Another thing that would help here is pointing the heat gun upwards, so I get more heat rising. But this is actually working all right. Between the hotter temperature and the nozzle, it's giving us a much more consistent. See, we're starting to get bendy. Giving us much more consistent performance. Let's try to get this all covered. It doesn't help that I like chill the room out before starting a stream because I can't run the air conditioner and it heats up. So I try to start the room as cold as possible. Come on. There we go. Easy does it. I said easy does it. I love how quiet this heat gun is. This is really forcing me to reevaluate my preconceptions about the volume of airflow. I should say the acoustics of airflow. Because in the context of pressure calculations, volume has a different meaning. I think I didn't do this tight enough. So let's heat this up more. Yeah, PETG is really tolerant. It doesn't like burn or blister very easily. And once you heat it up, it stays flexible for a bit. I think this is good. That looks pretty solid. I'm just going to heat up a tiny bit so we can straighten it out, and then I think we're Gucci. We're Gucci fresh. All right, very nice. You notice that when I'm holding it together while letting it dry, I actually I'm making the angle too tight. I'm making the angle deliberately too acute because it'll always relax a tiny bit as it cools, and this gives me more finesse, more control over the finished angle. So this looks pretty good. If I was really prepared, I would have a second bucket of ice water here. I'm going to finish it on the table so it stays parallel. If I were really prepared, I'd have a bucket of ice water here so I could like instantly cool it. But table space is limited. See how it's still a little flexible, even though it's almost totally cool. I'm gonna pull the tubing out. The tubing itself traps, or the anti-collapsing thingy is silicone, and silicone's a great insulator, so it actually stores some heat in and of itself. And that's it. Gonna warm it up a tiny bit so we can open it back up a little. It's a lot easier to open it up than to tighten it once it's done. But that looks pretty damn solid. That looks pretty good. Not bad. Let's square this up and do a little test fit. See, this is why we put in a lot of slack. That's looking pretty darn good. It's pretty gosh darn good right there. Still not the best. There is a little bit of yeah, it's still not as it's not optimal. Like it did pinch a little bit here, but on the whole, this is pretty darn good. All right, let's move on to the next one. We don't want another one, so let's get rid of this so it doesn't distract me. We want another that looks as close to this one as possible. So I'm going to leave this here to use as reference. Let's cut off. Where's our tubing at? 1, 2, 3. Oh, it fell because it's now too short. I'm going to cut this one a little shorter. The last one was a little on the gratuitous side. Let's actually unwrap this tube and put it over here. Okay. Let's give this thing a little dunk. Yeah, bending hardline is really easy. It has this reputation. Like it looks crazy. It's got a bit of a reputation of being like really difficult and hard. if you've been in the PC modding world for a while, hardline tubing is scarier because you've heard a lot of horror stories about acrylic tubing. Acrylic tubing was a nightmare. That stuff, acrylic is I mean, it looks gorgeous, but acrylic hardline is really hard to work with. PETG tubing is much more, it's much more forgiving, I guess is the way to say it. Acrylic is pretty tricky. The truth is, acrylic isn't actually much harder to work with. The problem with acrylic is that it has a much tighter temperature range between when it's solid and when it's flexible, and when it's flexible and when it's liquid, and when it's liquid and when it's burned. So it's super easy to blister it. It's really easy to end up with flat spots because it's cooling unevenly. And worse than all of that, acrylic is brittle. So you're much more likely to shatter your tubing if you bend it too much trying to install it or something of the sort. Are folks asking how many cameras I have? Is that what's going on there? Folks are asking how many cameras. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 cameras set up right now. I've got the face cam, I got the overhead cam, I have the detail. I have the detail cam set up in angle, and I have the auxiliary cam that is currently pointing at the computer. Cyberdeck Cafe says hardline tubing sounds like a pain in the ass. Also, Cyberdeck Cafe, welcome to the stream. Cyberdeck Cafe is an awesome Discord that I talk about often, and Boot Disc, the guy who runs it, also has a rather fun podcast of his own. There's a lot of neat guests. It has a very cyberpunk theme. They do a lot of drones and implants and cyber decks and other such cool stuff. A lot of fun. Hardline tubing. Hardline tubing, of course, yeah, it is work, but you got to compare it to the alternative, right? Like the alternatives are either use soft tubing or use an all-in-one, right? Soft tubing has its own problems. You don't have to bend it, but you are limited on how aggressively you can turn it before it starts to kink. You can prevent it from leaking, but it does leak, especially if you use a low quality fitting. But on top of that, it just looks different. It just looks different. Hardline tubing is hardline tubing. You can get it to go exactly where you want it, and it is pretty set it and forget it. Once you have your loop built, it tends to just work. Certain fittings do wear out, but yeah. Vinyl tubing is easier, but it still has its problems. The alternative is using an all-in-one, basically not doing any of the bending yourself, and that's its own ball of wax. Personally, I don't think the advantages of all-in-ones are justified for CPUs. I think they're worth it for GPUs. And why is very simple, because, well, I mean, your CPU. The truth is, you don't even need a cooler for your CPU at all. If you think about it, the manufacturer won't include a cooler that can't cool the processor. So unless you're playing on overclocking, you don't actually need a third-party cooler at all. The one that comes in the box works just fine. With the graphics card itself, because of the size of the graphics card and how they tend to be stacked up next to other cards, they have to use very low-profile fans. They have to use, generally 60 millimeters max and low-profile fans, which means they're loud. So the GPU, water cooling makes a much bigger difference, because instead of using these tiny, fast, obnoxious fans, you can instead use, big, chunky 120 millimeter or 140 millimeter fans. So for a GPU, I recommend water cooling, even if you're not going to do a full custom loop, just using an all-in-one. For a CPU, it's debatable. think it makes more of a difference with the AMD processors because they just run so crazy hot. If you're going to overclock, then it depends. Depends on how you're overclocking. The Intel integrated coolers are, but they. So the integrated coolers aren't the best, right? I mean, the Wraith is actually quite good. The Wraith is pretty rad. Yeah, but the stock cooler can often work. I know the higher end AMD processors don't, like, you have to use an aftermarket cooler. In fact, the one I use, the 3950X, actually recommends liquid cooling, which I've never seen before. But yeah, AMDs are very, very hot. Although newer Intel processors are also running really, really hot. Even my i7700, like, would just idle at like 60 Celsius sometimes. Crazy. Yeah. Stingray Master says, get back to work. I am working. I gotta let the thing cool down before I can pull out the thing and move on to the thing. Let's see, Stingray Master asks, does liquid cooling even use water? Depends on the coolant. Yeah, it depends on the coolant. Certain blends, most blends do have some water in them. They run generally between like 50 and 90% for most of them. Some are pure propylene glycol or ethylene glycol. Most PC coolants do have some water in them, which is why corrosion tends to be such an issue. In industrial settings, I believe in industrial settings they tend to use. I think they're usually a full ethylene glycol system. They tend to use like a special high dielectric. Matt Larby says, "Isn't that just antifreeze?" It's one of the chemicals in antifreeze. You don't want to actually use antifreeze for 3D printing, or 3D printing for liquid cooling. You don't actually want to use antifreeze for liquid cooling because it has a lot of other additives in it. Although you can certainly use radiator coolant, right? Like you can use automotive coolant in your 3D printing in your liquid cooling setup, as long as you're using parts made of certain materials. I don't remember the specifics of it, but I believe you have to avoid all aluminum parts. Or is it all brass parts? I can't remember. 3D printing antifreeze. It's automotive coolant. It's the same. So we're going to be bending this one right now. Yeah, it's automotive. It's automotive coolant. Automotive coolant though has a bunch of additives that aren't relevant for PC modding, right? It has anti-freezing and basically it's rated to a far higher temperature, like probably 3 or 4 times as high as your PC can reach, and also has anti-freeze compounds. And let's put it this way: if your PC coolant freezes, something has gone. You have weather in your house. Oh my. Fawaz asks, "What's my height?" A gentleman never asks. A lady never. I'm 5'7". Brooke and I are both 5'7". I never found that my height had any impact on my my dating. I never felt like my height was very relevant at all, to be honest. Although it does make it hard to reach things on high shelves. There we go. This is a lot easier for the nozzle. This is a lot easier with the nozzle. Please clamp it to something. I'm not that worried. I'm not that worried about this thing falling off. Even if it falls, it's going to fall either onto the desk, which is heat-proof, or onto here, which will likely catch it. I think a clamp would actually make it more dangerous, because then it would put pressure on a round object. After this is done, I am probably... I'll either make like a stand for it out of a high-temperature plastic, or I'll make like what do they call, like chocks with TPU to keep it from rolling over. To keep it from rolling over as I if I clamp it. The question here is: do I do this as one continuous long bend, or do I do this as 2 90-degree bends? I think I have to do this as one bend because they're just too close together. Although if I do a tight bend, I may be able to get away with doing 2 of them. I think let's try doing this as one long bend, and then if that causes too much trouble, we'll do it as 2 separate ones. Reagan, thanks a lot for the $10. Hi again, ZF. Can you cool a CPU too much? Can you cool a CPU too much? All right. So there are a few ways to answer this. The short one is yes. If you do like freeze electronics run slower at lower temperatures, and in fact, this is often used as a way to defeat security. Right? You can it's a way to defeat security. Basically, you you pour liquid nitrogen onto a chip, and it slows down its operation. It slows down how quickly it runs. It slows down how quickly charge moves from one gate to another, and it slows down how quickly memory cells discharge. And you can use that to, like, for instance, run timing attacks. Like, it opens up your windows to run timing attacks. It lets you observe and reverse engineer it. So you can't. But we're talking liquid nitrogen temperatures here. The other way you can ruin a CPU by cooling it down too much is if you bring it below ambient and the humidity is high. It can cause condensation to precipitate, and this often happens in Peltier active cooling, thermoelectric cooling setups. If you bring it down too far below ambient, it can actually cause condensation to start building up, even under the heat spreader, and over time that can cause all kinds of problems. So you can't actually overcool a CPU. Although, in practice, with the types of systems that, us hobbyists are likely to use, it's very, very unlikely to happen. Very, very unlikely. I've seen PCs. One of my friends had in high school, like, jank together this Peltier thermoelectric setup. I think it had a stack of 10 Peltier plates. I think he got them from a surplus store or something, or just stole a bunch of money. I don't know. The guy was weird. Shout out to Josh if you're in the audience. Anyways, I think he actually damaged an Athlon processor by overcooling it, and condensation built up beneath the heat spreader. So you can actually damage a processor by cooling it down too much. It can also take damage if it. Let's tighten this up a little bit. It can also take damage if it goes from, if it does a temperature transition too quickly. So if it goes from hot to cold too aggressively, that can actually cause stress fractures. Granted, I've never heard of a lot of these things happen. Like, I've never heard of this happening. I'm going to move this out of the way so I don't burn myself. This seems about right. Seems about right. Yeah, it's an interesting question. Yeah. Oh, looks like we have a bit of a bubble here. Hopefully, no one notices. This is looking pretty good. I'm gonna pull this out. So yeah, we've got a bit of a lump over here. So I'm just gonna heat that one part up. Hopefully, it smooths itself back down. But if not, we'll just put a little pressure on it. Very nice. Very, very nice. Alright, so that part got a little wonky. Doesn't look the nicest. Question is it going to be noticeable? Like, I guess if you're looking for it, I guess you'll see that it looks a bit lumpy over here. I think this is pretty solid, though. I think we'll let's go back over to. I should probably be doing some of the bending from this camera angle. So look at here. So I pulled the tubing out before it was cool enough, and this part here looks a little on the lumpy side. Yeah, there we go. What do you think? Should we redo it? I'm not used to this camera angle. What do you think? Should we redo this part here with the lumps? What do folks think? No? Make a What's up with the horses? Why are there plastic horses in the chat? I thought we were talking about. I thought pickles were our go-to off-topic topic. I thought this was all pickle posting. Witch King 64 says, "How are you doing this with one hand?" I'm not really doing this with one hand. I'm supporting the. I'm supporting it in. I'm like supporting the part in my right hand without curling my fingers up. That's what we're doing. We're cheating basically. Is what I'm trying to say here. Okay, so let's turn off our heat gun for now. I don't actually need to turn it off. I forgot. It turns off automatically. Isn't that neat? Oop, you don't want to see my computer, do you? Yeah, so let's put this over here. Okay, so we want these things, we want these tubes to be as short as possible. We want them to be as close to the board as possible because it's a bit of tight quarters in here, and we want them all to be about the same length. Yeah, so I'm just gonna collate them here. Actually, let's do these two at a time, and I'm just gonna mark a place to cut them. Yeah, we're gonna mark a place to cut them. I think we'll cut them to about here. Let's say, just so the parts are about the same. The tubes come out to the same length. So let's see. Let's go. Snip. Snip. Doesn't have to be perfect because we can always sand them. Alright. Looking good. Let's go snip and snip. Then finally, let's just mark this guy approximately. Yeah, here. When you're cutting on a line, when you're making a mark for a cut, you never mark the middle of the cut. You mark the edge of the cut, because if you try to mark the middle of the cut, you have to use your judgment to make sure it's lined up correctly. And whenever there's human judgment, there's human error. All right, so let's try to hook this up, right? Oh, this is so exciting. This is so exciting. It's good to be back on track. Where did the bag of fittings end up? Did I knock the bag of fittings off did I knock the bag of fittings off of that when I was rummaging around, or did I move it someplace sensible so it wouldn't get knocked off? And then forgot about it. You have to pardon me for having a bite. I got rolling a little late today. Wait a second. This is the wrong bag. This is the bag with all of the vinyl fittings. This is the wrong bag. Oh man. I'm just glad I got my computer back up and running. I use that computer for everything. I need that thing for, oh, here it is. There we go. I use that computer for streaming. I use that computer for cutting video. Use it for making projects. I even use it for the occasional bit of recreation. And let me tell you, not having it was awful scary. It was mighty sus. Let's see. I'll just dump them out. No need to be so dainty about it. We have our anti-vortex thing that we don't need anymore. Awesome. Alright. So let's get some tubes on. Let's get some fittings onto the tubes. And yeah, let's That seems about right. Do we want to worry about the base being totally even? I guess we should worry about the base being totally even. Okay, fine. Got some sandpaper. Let's see. You can see my sheets of my single serve sheets of sandpaper. I kept buying like full things of sandpaper, and then I never used them, so I started buying these multi-packs. Why am I having so much trouble here? There we go. Make that nice and flat. Oh, I should probably do this on camera, shouldn't I? Yeah, this is much easier than the other tubing to sand because the walls are so thin. Garbage in, garbage out. That's right. And let me tell you, there was plenty of garbage in that computer. Gotta stay hydrated. Oh, that's right. I do have to stay hydrated. Thanks for the reminder. Yes, Brooke seems to be telling chat that how Micro Center was integral to the move. Let me tell you, like it's nice to have, like, you know, Amazon able to deliver in 2 days, and, you know, McMaster able to deliver in 1 day. But sometimes you don't have a day. Sometimes you don't have 2 days. Sometimes you need it right now. Sometimes saving 1 day of shipping, you know, I'm just going to trim this down a little bit. Saving 1 day of shipping can mean saving multiple days of project. Oh, that came out a little nasty. But it's working. Yeah, sometimes saving a single day of shipping can carve multiple days off a project. It takes you past a critical point, or you make a boo-boo and you have to make a second revision, and you know, if you didn't have to wait the first time, you're not going to have to wait the second time. So that 1 day of savings is now become 2 days. And so on and so forth. Okay. Where's some air? I need some... I'm going to huff some compressed air. Don't really do that. Get the little crumbs out of there. Alright, that looks much better. See how well this does. Don't need those. Okay, so we're going to put a fitting, and we'll add in a fitting, and an O-ring, and an O-ring, and pitter patter. Let's get at her. Come on. Oh man, it's such a tight fit compared to the other fittings that I used on the megalith and the O-megalith. These are much tighter. I don't even know if it's pardon me for a second. Just want to see how far it has to go to bottom out. Unless there's a trick here. I don't think so, though. I think this is just a naturally tight fit. I just don't want to like end up, you know, not having this all the way, not bottoming this all the way down, and springing a little bit of a leak. But I think this is fine. All right, let's. I'm not gonna fully clamp this in place, but I will tighten it. All right. I think we just did our very first. We just put in our very first piece of hardline to the PimpScope. We are already infinitely further than we were last time we tried. We are, for the first time in Voidstar Lab history, off to a good start. Let's move on to the other ones. Okay, so this one. Let's see. This one looks square. This one could use a little bit of leveling. I should probably move that camera so you can see what on earth is going on here. I'm building up a bit of a burr on the inside. Burr. So let's trim it off. There we go. Very nice. I'm still getting used to having to like keep everything in frame while I'm working on it. It's surprisingly hard. It is a surprisingly tricky habit to build up. Marcos Vinicius Petri asking the real questions. What will the PimpScope do? PimpScope is a keysight oscilloscope. So it's going to do it's oscilloscope. It's measure signals, decode protocols. This one's like a really fancy one that's got like a signal generator and protocol sniffers and all kinds of that fun stuff built in. And it also is decked out like a gaming PC and has lots of RGB stuff. And once it's done, it's going to get a place of prominence on my workbench, so that you're going to be able to see it in my in all the episodes. The way it should be, and it looks really cool. It's one of it. It's got to be the hardest I've ever worked on anything. Like it probably takes the cake for the most difficult project, probably the most difficult effort of any kind that I've ever done on anything. Like this thing is harder than college to build. I'm amazed it came together at all, let alone in the amount of time I had available for it. That's a story for another time. It's working. We are doing it, yeah. Yeah. Oh no, I lost an O-ring. My apologies to any Germans in the audience. Let's get this out of here. Got a little bit of a off-center cut there. That should do the job just fine. Very nice. Okay, looking solid. That just reminded me that today's episode is sponsored by Things. Things.com is your place to upload and download all of your 3D models, printable and otherwise. They've been doing a whole bunch of changes to the site, making it easier to upload and download files. So if you have some STLs that you've wanted to share, or you want to see what I've made, because I put all of my stuff up there, go to things.com. I think there's a link there should be a link in the description. Use that link, go to things.com, search for Zack Freedman if you'd like, or search for anything, because things.com search also searches Thingiverse, Cult, it searches friggin', what the heck is that one called? My Mini Factory. Like, if there are STLs on the site, Things is searching it for you. And Things.com itself also has tons of printable files, some of them made by me. And all of them, you don't have to wait for any ads, you don't have to pay for anything. They're all free. There's no BS, there's no stupid stage photos. You just click on a model and you jump straight to a three-dimensional version of it. And if you're checking this on a phone, if you're checking this on a modern phone, you go to things.com and search for any model. You can preview that model in augmented reality right there in the browser. It's really cool. My all the stuff from my new computer are on things.com, including that clip I used including the bracket I used to mount the radiator at a 45-degree angle. Otherwise, I think this is looking pretty rad. Yeah, this is looking pretty solid. So the next step of this is the next step of this process is going to be a little trickier, because this is where next part of this is going to get a little weird, because this is where the front half and the back half combine. So the challenge here is that most of the mod parts, right, are mounted to the back of the case. Let me actually switch me back to the face. I set up a system that would hide the mini face when I have like the big face visible. but I ripped my hand. I did rip my hand, but that's unrelated. I ripped the USB cable or USB port off of my macro pad, and that is what I bound all of the. That's what I bound all the shortcuts to. So unfortunately, you're gonna be seeing double. Okay, so here's the problem. All the stuff, most of the stuff of the liquid cooling is mounted, like the water blocks, right, are on this half. The pump, the reservoir, the Raspberry Pi, they're all mounted to the back half, and this is a problem because I need to figure out a way to hook this thing up in such a way that well, I can open it up later, and yeah, raising all kinds of hell. So I'm thinking. So like, yeah, I'm actually kind of stumped on. How to do this. I mean, first option is like we just forget about that and like it's a one-way trip. Once we have this thing filled up with water, it's not going anywhere. Let's see. Yeah, once we have this thing filled up with water, like we just can't disassemble it. I don't think that's really the best option though. Other possibility is other possibility is like we use like a combination of hard and soft tubing, right? Like we use soft tubing to connect the two halves. We use hard tubing to connect the things within a half. Alternately, we can move we can move some of the things over. Yeah, this is tricky. So if we end up doing the soft tubing, we can reuse this. We can reuse these ports that I put on top. Otherwise, we'll have to carve some new holes in there. Yeah, this is really tricky. Another thing we have to do is mount the new pump. This is the pump that used to be on the. This is the pump that used to be on the megalith. It needs some cleaning because it's covered in crap. Yeah, it has some cracks on it. This res has taken a little damage. You can see it's got some cracks on it, but they're not very deep. I'm not too worried about this thing leaking. So we do have to already remove the old reservoir and pump. Maybe like mount this one like on top or something. Yeah, so we already have to do a little rocket surgery. Yeah, so we could use soft tubing to connect the two halves. Basically, yeah, so you can see how these two halves come together here. So I'm thinking that like we can have we can drill a slot in here so the hard tubing comes up through here, and it like will just go like bend over this way and into the radiator. Alternately, we can I think like we could use a combination of hard and soft tubing. Not the most elegant, and also I don't actually have any more soft tubing. It was all destroyed when we removed it the last time. So yeah, let's just raise the roof a little. The Raspberry Pi is here. Raspberry Pi is there to let us put a second screen on an oscilloscope. This project was designed with, let's say, less practicality and more aesthetic. Let us say. The reason why you don't see two screen oscilloscopes. Oh, hey, Keysight is in the chat. It's your fault this whole thing is happening. Yeah, they're the ones who gave me this scope. It came out of their lab in I think Colorado Springs. Came out of their Keysight Studios lab. So no, we did. This oscilloscope wasn't like a brand new off the shelf model that like would otherwise have gone to a research lab or something. No, this one had already had a lot of battle damage on it. Was being used as a demonstration model. But yeah, Keysight is in the house. Oh crap! It's Daniel Bogdanoff. How do? Worlds collide. Yeah, they're also around here in in Colorado. So at some point I gotta go visit and say hi. Anyways, I think we've been doing enough talking. The people demand action. So there are a few problems to address here. Well, like in addition to fixing the liquid cooling, and one of them is that the RGBs barely worked. Something went terribly wrong while I was installing all the RGB lights, or while I was putting the thing together. Something went terribly wrong, and the RGB was barely working. In fact, it was flickering and fritzing out while I recorded most of the footage of this thing. And I actually used some movie magic to make it look like it was working. So, you know, there you go. Voidstar Lab is full of crap. So while we're in here, it's probably not a bad idea to deal with that too. H4 says, no fancy bottle as a reservoir. Unfortunately, no. It was smarter to just use what we already had. Yeah, it's a really cool looking reservoir too. Give me an opportunity to upgrade the megalith to the omegalith and use an RGB reservoir. Blasto Supreme, welcome to the chat from the Cyberdeck Discord. Anyways, let's plan our attack. So let's first plug this. Let's power up the system, right? Let's power up the back half and just see what the damage is on the LEDs. And if it's really extensive, we'll rip them out and we'll install a fresh set. We have to do. Unfortunately, this could be our only time to do that, so we do have to get a little sidetracked. This could be a one-way trip. Then I'm thinking we will install our. I think we'll install a reservoir. We'll install a Raspberry Pi water block. We'll connect all of that with hardline, right? Yes. Oh, the new name of the megalith, Acalia Elementia. Thanks a lot for the $5 super chat. Yes, the megalith's name is now the omegalith. It seemed appropriate because it was mostly made of the parts, and also like O is like a prefix of like how being serious in Japanese, so it's like the megalith, but serious and honorable. It's the omegalith. Also, I hope it's the last gaming computer I ever have to build. Yes, thanks a lot for the super chat. Very important for funding all these ridiculous projects. All right, so game plan. We're going to set the front half aside. We're going to hook up the LED strips on the back half, and we're just going to confirm that everything's working. If too many of the LEDs are fritzing out, we're going to rip those out and replace them right now. Then we're going to mount our new reservoir to our scope, and which might involve some 3D printing, might involve a little design and printing. We're going to hardline up the back half. So the front half has hardline, the back half's going to have hardline, and then we'll either connect them together with soft tubing, or I think we're basically going to bunt on this decision. I think that's the best way to. I think that's the best way to go about this. So let's set this aside. Oh, it's so heavy. My arm hurts from the vaccine. Not that vaccine, the tetanus vaccine, because I stabbed myself. That's why my hand has a glove on it. I was cleaning up a 3D print, and I cut myself real bad. Cut my hand in 2 pieces while making a 3D print. Alright. Let's go lay of the land here. Okay, so let's push this out of here. All of the LED strips are, I believe they're all running. I say I believe in a lot of this, right? Because by the time I finished this project, I was in a state of unbelievable burnout and sleep deprivation, and I don't really remember a lot of the tail end of that project. So you'll have to forgive me. Actually, you don't have to forgive me, but you do have to. You do get to join in as I rediscover my own project. My hand is not in 2 pieces. Unfortunately, it's that I was just being dramatic. All right, so let's see. How did I wire this thing up? It looks like this one here. Oh my. Oh boy. this is really something. Okay, let's switch over. Let's switch over to the macro camera. Because you folks have to see this. All right, so this is the little board module thing with the Pi Pico on it. I'm just going to adjust the camera a little here. Come on, lighten up, focus, please. All right, here's our Raspberry Pi, right? But look at the power cable. Oh boy. That is an exposed wire. The fact that this thing worked at all is astounding. That's melted all the way down. What happened here? Did something overheat that extensively? Look at that. It's melted all the way. Get in there. This cable's melted all the way down. What happened? What? I hope this cable didn't overheat that much. Oh man, I have to do a little forensics here. This doesn't look like this looks like it was spot damp. Like it looked like it got burned out on that spot. It doesn't look like it was the entire. What I'm thinking is like it could be the entire wire heated up. But yeah, but in that case there would probably be a little bit of tarnish on the connectors, and there isn't. So let's see. This thing was attached. Oh, I want that. This thing was attached up here. This thing connected down here, but there's no damage on the 3D printed element. This must have happened while I was installing the. This must have happened while I was building the system up. Needless to say, we're going to replace this. Could it have shorted? Then why would only the ground wire be melted? That's weird. I'm thinking I must have brushed it up against a soldering iron or a heat gun or something while I was assembling it, because there doesn't seem to be any other damage anywhere else. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be any other damage anywhere else. Here's what I'm thinking. Here's what I'm thinking. I had to desolder the CSI connector. I had to desolder the camera connector in order to fit the water block on there. So maybe this was just like in the way, and the heat gun hit it. Anyways, yeah, I think we're gonna replace that. I'm gonna need you to replace that. So yeah, it melted. Okay, so let's do that, and then we're gonna hook up our LED strips, see what the damage is there. I believe all of these LED strips are connected. Yeah. So yeah, you can see in here. Let's switch back to our. You can see that our. I had to reach in and do some surgery in here. Repairing this thing and getting those LEDs working was a lot like building a ship in a bottle, because I couldn't open this up. Oh, we should also cut a hole on the side so we can get some airflow going in. That's something we forgot last time, and it's important. We're gonna need more airflow, because I didn't realize that most of the heat is generated by the power supply, which has no airflow over it now. So we're gonna have to drill some holes. Okay, so let's pitter patter. Let's get at her. Did I already say that? I think I already said that. I have to be more careful with reusing my jokes. It will reduce the long-term engagement of my content. Yes. Yeah. All right. So let's remove that. And yeah, there's something seriously wrong with my soldering iron. I think someone ordered a new one for me. Something seriously wrong with my hand. Nope. Looks like we're still fine. The temperature on it is way off. Seems unlikely that would help. That would hurt it. H4 says, why not water cool the power supply? Because many parts of the power supply produce heat. There isn't like one. It's not like a board where everything runs cool except for like you know the big chips. There are multiple components that are running amok. So let's focus, please. Oh no, I stole the hot knife attachment on this. Ah, oh, damn it. I was using this to clean up a print. The hot knife. Said it's 200 and you can use it to cut and smooth PLA. PLA. Really have Letterkenny on my mind today, don't I? Alright, so we don't want that though. There we go. That's what we want. Let's take a look at chat while I mess around with that. Brooke says no, but that was my third Letterkenny reference today. Should probably figure it out. Anybody else watch Letterkenny? Is there a single person in the audience who knows what the hell I'm talking about right now? MSS 0406 says make it waterproof and fill it with mineral oil. I feel like that would make it kind of awkward to push the buttons. Oh, you mean fill the back half with, like leave the buttons exposed? That sounds hard. Ow. That sounds difficult. You're at Voidstar Lab. We don't have time for difficult. We only have time for things that look difficult. Get our helping hands in the way, because in case you can't tell, I need some help. 3D Musketeers, welcome to the chat. 3D Musketeers is kind of a some sort of I think like another freelancer. I think a freelance like 3D designer, and also a sponsor of remember Billy Rubin from the Don't Be Afraid of Resin episode. On her own channel, she used to have a podcast, or maybe she still does. And that's sponsored by, among others, 3D Musketeers. Pay no attention to the fact that I just threw tweezers across the table. Well, welcome to the chat. Aerator says you could use the helping hands with the hot air gun. I don't think these helping hands are strong enough to support a hot air gun like that. Like, these are designed to hold like LEDs. They're, in fact, I don't even like using the helping hands to hold boards. And the Panavice doesn't grip things that aren't boards very well. There are a set of attachments for it. Like, there are a set of like cleats or whatever to hold things that aren't circuit boards. I don't have them. I should probably get them though. That would make sense, wouldn't it? Let's do that. Okay, so let's remove this and replace it. I have it going down and under the board for strain relief. Okay, so we've got the red on this side, and we've got the black on this side. We've got the... Alrighty. Come on. Out you go. Out you go. There we are. We shorted our traces. Let's deal with that. Oh, this trace is mangled. Oh man. This whole thing is in bad shape. This is terrifying. Okay, let's see if we have a replacement. I think I do. I think I have a whole bunch of these 2-wire JST connectors. I'm smelling something funky. Let's make sure this isn't burning anything. Alright, looks like I got plenty of these to replace it. Do we want to get all cute and wire sheath it? Are we doing this, are we doing wire sheathing? Is that a thing we're doing? I think we're doing wire sheathing. I think it's a thing we're doing. With no fans, solder fumes go directly to your face no matter how you adjust your settings. I'd blow it away. I'm fine. Unfortunately, we can't use a fume extractor because it's too loud. Here, let's. Yeah, it's pretty loud and obnoxious. So yeah, we're not gonna use that. Instead, we're just gonna be really careful not to inhale it. This place has a ceiling fan and whatnot, so as soon as this is over, we can aerate. We can aerate it. Go hard. The people have spoken. Here's another difference. Between this time and last time. Where's this? Should have grabbed some scissors. Yeah, here we go. Here's another difference between when I built this thing and when and now. Is that now I bought entire reels of cable sheathing, and oh, you know what? We can do even better than this. Heat shrink to seal the end of. So you need something to seal the end of your cable loom, or it gets all tattered, right? And you can use heat shrink, right? This is just regular heat shrink, and that works. But this is what you really want. This is heat shrink with adhesive on the inside. Every one of these pieces this is just regular polyolefin heat shrink, except on the inside it has a glue, basically like a hot glue type thing. Phew! I guess I should use the fume extractor. And yeah, so what happens is when you heat it up and it shrinks, the glue melts and it glues the fibers down, so it can't pull loose. Hang on 1 second here. I just want to make sure everything's fine medically. Yeah, it can't pull loose. The fibers don't escape. It doesn't migrate its way down the wire. Adhesive heat shrink is the best, but you can't remove it. No, it's a one-way trip. It's for confident Chad engineers only. Keysight Labs, never heard of the glue stuff. Looks super useful. It's probably I would assume your techs. I would assume like it's used. Like I assume it's used within products, and you're just not aware of it. Let's give this. It cuts and acts, and for the most part looks exactly like regular heat shrink, except it's got glue. I wouldn't be surprised if some was already in your products. You see it often in things designed for rugged environments, like things that have to resist humidity, marine and aerospace. They all use self-adhesive heat shrink. So let's bring this down all the way to about here. You can also some people like to seal this off. With like a hot knife. I find that doesn't work very well for this PET sheathing. I think heat sealing works better with like paracord because the fibers are much smaller and you get a much cleaner end. I find that if I try to seal it with heat, it tends to seal shut. It tends to go too far. Come on, let's try to get this through without completely unraveling the tubing. Yeah, here's what we're gonna do. Problem is that these little wires are poking out through the sheathing, and it's ripping it apart. So let's see. Keysight Labs says, I bet they do. We mostly use ribbon cables in production. Yeah, I suppose that's true. Ribbon cables have There were a lot of ribbon cables in this product, and they are more cost-effective than cable harnesses. But you see them every once in a while. Automotive too. Yeah, it's tricky with a piece this small because it doesn't have to unravel very far. I'm thinking maybe. I was gonna say I'm thinking maybe we'll put it in and then cut it, but that's going to have its own problem in that it's going to unwind from the wrong side, and we're going to have to like trim it with cuticle scissors or something. I think this is fine as long as it for the most part seals up. I think we'll be good. Let's switch back over to the close-up camera so you guys can see me have a really rough time threading this stuff on, because I don't have any dexterity in my right hand. Awesome. Probably would have made sense to put this on before threading, like putting the heat shrink on the loom before threading it onto the wire. Ah, this is such a pain in the butt. Oh, this is so hard with only one hand. If we can't do this, you know what? We're just gonna use I'm going to use bigger tubing. This stuff shrinks a lot more aggressively than regular tubing. So we might be able to get away with using a wider diameter. So here we go. I think this 4mm will be much easier to install. So let's do this. Put this over here. Snip. Looking a little ratty. Don't pay too close attention, please. Let's see if we can get this on without completely unraveling the rest of the tubing. Reagan, thanks so much for the $5. I will be with you in 1 second. Just trying to gather up as many of these fibers as possible so that when we shove it down... Yeah, this is a problem. This bit of tubing, this bit of sheathing is just... Yeah, I think we ruined it. Too much of it is unraveled. The bit of sheathing is just too short. Let's cut another piece. This time, we'll thread these on first. All right. This time we'll thread the heat shrink onto the tubing before we start messing around with trying to jam it into, trying to jam wires into it. Yeah. And let's try to jam the wires in without completely destroying it. Yeah, this sheathing stuff is tricky. Especially with, alright, we're gonna just cut the ends of these off. Maybe if they're less pokey, here's what we're gonna do. Maybe if these are less pokey, we won't have as much trouble. Reagan asks, what do you use Kapton tape? Yes, mostly for fur repairs. If I open something up and think if things are shorting, right? Because some insulation got damaged or some stuff is getting smushed flat that is supposed to have some space around it. Basically, if I need some insulation, that is when I will often bust out the Kapton, because it's so thin that it's super no matter where the short is. I'm always going to be able to get. I'm always going to be able to slide a thin piece of Kapton tape into it. So yes, I do use it. I don't use it very often for 3D printing. I feel like it's a little on the obsolete side for 3D printing. Like for almost everything you use Kapton tape for. There's another bed treatment that works better. That's more effective or less expensive. So I think as a bed treatment, Kapton tape is a little outdated. But it's an interesting question. All right, so let's pull this. It's really hard to keep everything framed up properly here. So let's pull this bit down. Down you go. Looks like we caught a few of the fibers from the sheathing in this bit of heat shrink, and there isn't enough room. There isn't enough room to just slide it down, so yeah. Unfortunately, this only got us halfway out of the woods. Yeah, small pieces of sheathing are a real nightmare to work with. I'm wondering if this is what caused if this is why it melted in the first place. I wonder if I just had so much trouble with it, I just said screw it and used whatever I had. Vulcan Demir says, why don't you tape the sheathing first? Because then I won't be able to slide it down. It barely fits. This 1/8 inch sheathing barely fits a two conductor wire. Yeah, this is ruined, unfortunately. We blew it again. All right. We're just gonna use different diameter of sheathing. All right, here we go. Yeah, we'll just use the less elegant but much easier to use 1/4 inch sheathing. Yep, here we go. Much larger, much easier. We want to cut that approximately there. Yep. Never do. Yep. The complete is Complete is more important than perfect. The perfect, what is it? The perfect is the enemy of the good? Something like that? Yeah. Anyways, bigger sheathing, fits over the wires more easily. Perfect. So let's adjust. Let's add our heat shrink early. Usually this isn't this much trouble. The shorter the sheathing is, the harder it is to install it intact. The longer the sheathing is, not only is it easier because there's more friction holding it together, but even if it frays, you can just cut that part off and take it from there. Come on, in we go. There we are. All right. So let's get our wires. Let's get our wires in. Let's get our, bring this here. We're going to need to bunch this up a bit so we can leave a little room to strip it. Okay, that looks fine. All right, so let's just shrink the heat. And you'll see that a tiny bit of glue is going to squirt out of the end of the heat shrink. Because that is just what it do. See the tiny bead of, let me try to angle it a little. See that tiny bead of glue? It's tricky, but it's there. Yeah, this stuff is great. This stuff is great. I didn't know it was so cheap. I thought it was like some super expensive industrial product. But it doesn't actually cost that much more than a regular heat shrink. I bought this assortment of pre-cut pieces from Amazon because I didn't know how much I would actually need, but I think I'll buy an entire reel of it. And you'll be able to see the effect more easily on the other side. Let's just hold that in place. You'll be able to see the effect more easily here as this shrinks. It's a good thing I have a glove on this hand, huh? Otherwise this could be a bit of a hot situation. So as it seals up, you'll see a tiny droplet of glue there it is. Make its way out of the outside. This was advertised as waterproof. I think that's sus. But there we go. But at the very least, this is now glued together in place. Yep. Yeah, isn't that neat? Oh, now it doesn't shut off when it's in the base station. Oh, Chinese engineering, you so crazy. Perfect. A few fans are requesting a, for those who just tuned in, update. So last time on Voidstar Lab, well, we tried to do hardline tubing for an oscilloscope, and everything went wrong. So now, yeah, we're taking revenge on it now that I have more tools and more experience. So we're water cooling an oscilloscope. We have already bent and installed the tubes for like the water blocks on the main board itself. Before we move on to doing the same for the back half, we are going to just wire up the LEDs and make sure all of our LEDs are still working, because I'm pretty sure they're not. And in order to do that, we need to make a new power connector for the Raspberry Pi Pico, because the other one seems to have been melted at some point. Just another day in Voidstar Lab. So yeah, we have a distraction within a distraction within a distraction, and I'm going to start working our way through those. Got your fume extractor right there. Okay, we got a new power. Let's install a new power cable. Then we can test our RGB LEDs, and then we can do our water. Then we can replace those if necessary, and do our water cooling. Alrighty. So which one was which? I think the VCC was on this side and ground was on this side. Let's see if there's any indication on the board itself. Yes, I made a little black Made a little black mark on the ground side. Look how smart I am. Ah, aren't I just the smartest? Wasn't smart enough to do this properly the first time, though. So yes, that's what we're doing. We're liquid cooling an oscilloscope, and well, before everything was going wrong. Now, I think it's more accurate to say that different things are going wrong. Oh, it's hard to see what's going on here, isn't it? Yeah. Let us focus. You like my new 70mm macro camera or macro lens? Lets me get macro shots from pretty far away, which comes in handy for situations like this. And I have already blown it. I still don't have a solder sucker. I broke it and I haven't replaced it. Oh, I want this here. Yeah. Things of Voidstar Lab are in a bit of disrepair. I've had a little too much work. A little too much to do to make all that high quality Voidstar content and, you know, keep the lights on. And not enough time to repair broken equipment that isn't a PC. Oh, the trace fell off. Oh, this is getting better and better. The trace fell off the strip board. Seems like the strip board had taken so much damage that the copper had peeled off. Yikes. Yikes on bikes. So let's solder this directly onto the pin here. Cool, please. Alright, so solder this straight onto the pin. Yeah, this project barely came together. So yeah, things got a little weird. Is this supposed to be bridged? This looks like it's supposed to be bridged. Oh boy. Alright. Seems good enough. Is that supposed to be bridged? Why would this thing need multiple ground lines? I don't think it would. Yeah, I think that was supposed to be bridged. I must have cut it by accident. Alright. So let's get rid of this bridge here. How'd you go? Yeah, there's a limited. Unfortunately, with this, I love the strip board. It's really easy to use, but it's really easy to use, but you can only rework it a limited number of times before the strips start delaminating. They're not really held on with strong stuff. All right, I can't clear enough of that solder away to break that short. So let's just cut it. Yeah, this isn't really in the best shape, is it? Okay, so I think this should do the job. I'm going to turn off our soldering iron. Let's turn off our soldering iron. Let's clean up a little bit. I think that's going to be necessary. All right, so I'm going to clean up a little bit, and you know we'll chat a little as we do so. Let's see. Rudy Niemeyer says, "Nice bokeh on the 70mm macro as well." I haven't really played a lot with played around a lot with fancy photography nerd stuff like that. But it does look really nice. You should see. I also bought a 20mm. I've been doing a lot of our shooting on a 20mm prime lens for the. For the Blackmagic camera, and that one looks pretty sweet too. Yeah, I got to work on my photography skills. It kind of like takes all of my effort just to get decent looking photography at all, let alone add any sort of artistic flair to it. So our photography does need work. It is very basic. I appreciate that. Oh, look who's here! Felix Adder, the the lovely viewer who bought me the Space Mouse that hopefully we're going to use later. Welcome to the chat. I'm building on perf board. What is your preferred method of strain relief? Hot glue? I like to loop the wire in through one hole and back out through an adjacent hole, and then solder it there. That tends to provide good strain relief. Hot glue works too. Honestly, though, best way to do it is just use screw terminals. I know it doesn't strictly answer the question, but I think just doing it right and using screw terminals is the way to go. So let's get our let's switch back to our overhead view. Oh, we do not want that. Let's first get all the cameras pointed in the right direction, and then switch back to the overhead view. Oh, that's not good. Our camera is coming loose. I was worried that would happen. All right, there we go. Let's grab our back half. I'm gonna pull this guy back through, and yeah, let's connect this up. I think this expects 5 volts. I think that's what it wants, because it's connected to. Or is the Pi powered separately from the strips? I think the Pi is powered separately from the strips. So I think this right here is going to be 5 volts for the. It's going to be 5 volts for the strips. This, I believe, goes here. And the Pi is going to need its own power. So let's do the. Oh, I shouldn't have put that away. All right, so let's wire that up. Oh no, I pulled the facade off of this tray. Oh. I started gluing those and I couldn't finish. So we're gonna need one of those. Yep. See, I pulled it off like a chump. And yeah, let's wire this up. Got my test leads here. So we'll send 5 volts to this, and we'll limit the current in case something went wrong and I have a short. It is always possible. Let's see. Keysight Lab says I need a probe lens next. I would love a probe lens. For those in the audience, if you've never seen a probe lens, it's this really cool. It's sort of like a super duper macro lens with this really complicated optic system that basically makes the lens a foot long. It's like the lens is at the end of a pencil. And it lets you shove the lens all the way in. Shove the lens all the way into little areas, so it looks like the camera is making its way through fan grills and in between books and into mechanisms. Sick ass lens. I would totally have one, except they're like $8,000 or something. Photography equipment's expensive. All right. Let's turn this on. Let's first turn off channel 2 and set channel 1 to 5 volts. I haven't figured out a way to. I'm gonna turn the current down as well. I haven't figured out a good way to get an over-the-shoulder camera that I don't whack into when I'm moving around. So at some point, let's see. Probe lenses are pretty sick. Randomy Random says. In your finished projects video, showed a big glowing gyroscope. What was that? That is the Orbital render sphere. Bear with me one sec. That is the Orbital render sphere. It was, I think it was around a 2 meter-ish, give or take, persistence of vision sphere. It's not a gyroscope so much as a display. It basically has these this LED ring, there's 2 LED rings that rotate. It flashes the LEDs at a very high rate to draw a picture in midair, and it's really sick. Okay, let's see if anything explodes. Nothing's exploded yet. All right. Yep. See we've got some problems. Oh boy. Okay, so we need to increase our current. Yeah, see what's going on there. Okay, so we've got LEDs on the top that seem to be working perfectly. So these are dot stars, which makes me extra salty about this whole thing because these are really expensive. So we've got, these ones are working. Looks like these are flickering. I've got all the little strips are flickering. These ones over here, I think they're working. We've got more in the side over here. These are failing as well. So how do I have these things wired up? So this guy connects to this, working perfectly. That's going along the bottom. That's working fine. Oh, let me try to tip this up. Yeah, that's going along the bottom. That's looking good. It's coming back over here looking good. Where does that go? That is black wire that travels up here, right? Yep. Onto the top. The top looks fine. And then that goes from here to... I had that backwards. So this goes up here, across here, around back, across the bottom, down here, in here. This is where everything starts going wrong. All right. So we've got this part right here. Looks like I have already tried to fix this. And it seems like this is where everything starts to go wrong. This cable here... So we're bypassing a bad LED here, but then this is flickering. It's just flickering from that point on. Eek. Okay, so what's the best? So here's the question: do we think all the problems are just happening at this particular LED? See all that flickering? Do we think all that the problems are happening with that particular LED, and we can just bypass it, or do we think like it's just the strips, or do you think it's this LED that's causing the problem? It could be its output. There isn't really any good way to... There isn't really anything to do here short of guessing and checking. So, I think we should do that. Oh man, this is ever tight quarters. Looks like I tried to solder a resistor in there. Looks like I'm pulling the clock line up. I wonder if maybe the ground is, I wonder if, like, maybe the power is, like the ground is getting overloaded, perhaps? Yeah. Like, if it can't carry enough current to make the whole thing work. Super Kartoffel says, if only you had an oscilloscope to check the signals. Yeah, I guess we could. I guess we could use the scope to take a look at it. Problem is it's flickering, so it's clearly here. Like what I'm thinking is like I don't think it's like clock corruption or anything, because like I'm not sure what's corrupted. I guess like yeah, we could turn on the scope and take a look at it. Unfortunately, there's no good way for me to share the scope. This particular one is the DSOX 1204. As far as I know, there's no way to get a video output from it. So. Unfortunately, you're not going to be able to see what I'm doing, and I don't have another camera I can put over my shoulder. Yeah, the auxiliary camera is not going to work. So, unfortunately, you're not going to be able to see much of what's going on here. But I'll try to describe it as best as possible. Yeah, let's get our scope on. Using a scope to fix a scope. Physician, heal thyself. Barber of Seville is happy at this. Yes, I am killing time while I wait for the oscilloscope to boot up. Let's hook this up to channel 1. We're going to need a ground probe. Where's our ground at? Oh, here we go. Shows how often I use my oscilloscopes. So let's hook up a ground probe. All right, let's take a look. I'm gonna have to describe what's going on here. So, all right, we've clipped this to ground. I'm going to put this. Let's try the clock first, because the clock should be very simple. That should just be, you know, a square wave. Okay, so let's. We're gonna auto this. That does not look anything like a square wave. I wonder if that could be our problem right there. Righty. Let's put this in. Okay, so it doesn't look like a square wave. It looks like a peak. Looks like there's a lot of noise on this. All right, I'm going to adjust the trigger. See if we can smooth this out. No, this is so I'm seeing like a train of very brief spikes. What's my time division here? 10 nanoseconds per division. So these are 20 nanosecond spikes. What's 1 over 20 nanoseconds? What hertz is that? What's our frequency? Well, you think of that. We're going to collapse this down a bit. Because I think that's just ringing. Oh boy. Because I see the clock pulses here, but there's a lot happening in between them. And the clock pulses are very jittery. This is part of why I want to repair this scope, because this one has video output, so you will be able to actually see what's going on. Yeah, this one doesn't. Let's see. So we want to trigger this on a rising edge. Yep. All right. Pulse width. Let's set a pulse width trigger. Let's see if that helps. So we want an upwards facing pulse. Let's see. So an upwards facing pulse, and we want to. How do I? Which button do I? Oh, here we go. We want it longer, perhaps. It's about 10. Oh, this is less than. No, we want a greater than. So we want to make our pulses longer than 20. Yeah, this is a total mess. I wonder where all that noise is coming from. All right, I'm gonna probe the clock output to see if it's there as well. There is noise on the clock output, but the noise is a different signal. No, it's the same. It is coming out. Okay. All right. So let's probe a working one to get a point of comparison. All right. So the working strips have like almost a perfect square wave for the clock. It's a little bit jittery, but that's fine. These things are using nothing but an internal RC oscillator to set their time. So we're doing an edge trigger. Very nice. Okay. All right. So that looks fine. Look. So it seems like that's really weird. One of these is introducing this. So one of these is introducing this jagged wave. I wonder if it's cutting out, maybe. Like it's brown. Like I wonder if it's like maybe browning out. Because yeah, the issue seems to be this one right here, right? So on the clock signal going into it looks fine. It looks crisp. The clock signal on the outside is a total mess. I want to show this to you. Bear with me one sec. I'm going to grab the auxiliary camera. I'm going to grab my auxiliary camera and see if there's some way I can get this thing pointed at the. See if I can get this thing pointed at the scope. Get a picture out of it. All right. Auxiliary. No, that's not what we want. There we go. All right. Oh man, Dan, forgive me for the jank that you're about to see. All right, so so this is the clock line. This is what the clock line's supposed to look like, right? It's you see 5 volt square wave, about 100 nanoseconds long. I think that's 100 kilohertz, 10 kilohertz. Right. Okay, that's what it's supposed to look like. This is the clock output of that same LED. Look at that. See that? See that spike, that spiky sawtooth looking ass thing? That's a problem right there. What I'm thinking is this LED could be browning out, and every time it comes back up, it might be unleashing some shmoo. This is what's weird though is that. Yeah, so here, check this out. What's weird though is that this signal is being fed into an LED. And that LED is fine, right? That one's displaying colors just fine. Yeah, isn't that messed up? Here is the output signal of that LED. This is the one that ends the strip. This is the signal that's going in to the strip where everything is going to hell. Yeah, look at that. So, yeah. Yeah, isn't it neat? So what's weird is looks. So let's see. I'm going to a second. Something heating up. I felt something heating up. Because if something's overheating, then that can cause all kinds of problems. Oh, strips are running hot, but they do that. All right, I'm going to put this camera down for a sec, and here's what I'm going to do. We are going to. I'm just going to get a capture of the. Going to get a capture of the signal, right? So that we can analyze it. See what we can learn from it. Let's see. Acquire, is that it? I don't have as much experience with the scope as I do with my old Rigel one. So yeah, I don't actually know how to save the picture. Just get a single pulse. Okay. Well, that's really weird. All right. So I captured a single sample. You can see it's purely these spiky boys. Let me try to capture one with a. Can't see anything. Let me try to capture one that gets part of the square wave because I want to see how the square waves and these spiky things interact. So we are just going to get single sample. Oh, there we go. Perfect. So it looks like it's just a matter of chance. All right, so check this out. So this is how they mix together. It looks like this is happening on the ground. I wonder if maybe it's like voltage spikes on the ground line. Maybe could that be a possibility? Because it looks like this is only happening at low. You know, and the pulse. Yeah, the pulses are always. Yeah, this is really weird, isn't it? It could, maybe it's maybe it's inductance. I don't know how though. Yeah, this is really weird, isn't it? That's a weird one. I don't really know what to make of this. Let's. I'm gonna check chat. Let's see if anyone in the hive mind has made some progress. Has made some ideas. Maybe a cap can't charge fast enough for the clock. Could be possible. The caps are internal to the LEDs though, so could be dead cap. It does. Normally, I would think this is a cap, but these things don't have external caps. This is literally just a strip with these LEDs on it. Scope cam hype. Yeah, don't worry. You'll get those later. Feed it back in reverse to damp it out. He's joking. Possibly, Rudy Nehmeyer says, broken copper trace in the LED strip, circuit ground to house ground. I mean, I don't think those are the ground. This ground is floating. Like there's no earth ground here, so I'm not 100% on that. Well, if it's a let's think here. If it's a capacitive, if it's an effect on the ground, let's go back to overhead. So if this is an effect from the ground, maybe we could get rid of it by just wiring this ground up. Like maybe we could just jump this ground. So I'm going to grab myself a jumper, and we're just going to try to bypass ground. Why am I debugging this? Like, who cares? Like, why am I not going back to bending tubes? Because if we can fix this, it'll save me a ton of time in redoing all these LED strips. Also, these dot stars are really expensive, and I would prefer to be able to use them in future projects. Okay, so we're gonna make our very professional jumper, our very professional probe set, using some self-closing tweezers and a jumper wire, and we're just going to try to bypass ground, because if the issue is happening on ground, we might waste a lot of time, you know, trying to diagnose LEDs. So I'm putting this side on the part that was working, and switch to forceps. I put this on the ground before the LED that's working, and we're just going to jump that ground over to other various parts of the circuit and see if the effect goes away. Right? No, easy peasy. I doubt there's a short. If there was a short, it would be. I doubt there's a short. If there's a short, it would be kind of biased towards ground or voltage. Okay. Oh. No, we don't want to do that. That's shorting it. Okay. So so this is shorting ground from before and after. So it's no good. It's not. That's not what's causing the problem. What if we just bypass this one LED? Nope, nothing. Intriguing. Get a ground from the power supply. Could be. Is there a data channel that could be cross-talking? That's an interesting one. That's an interesting possibility. Because I wonder if that... Yeah. Let's... Alright, so I'm going to go back to our scope. Where's our probe at? I'm just going to compare... Here, I'm just going to go back to running this, and let's compare our data and our clock. Hang on a second. Let's auto-scale against the data. That's not working. Okay, so our data pulses... I doubt it's crosstalk, because our data pulses are about... This doesn't seem right, but 2 microseconds long? Yeah, I guess that's possible. Our data pulses are about 2 microseconds long, and these are about 2 nanoseconds long. Also, it's so periodic. It's really weird. Let's see. There's no noise coming in from the voltage rail, right? Like none of those pulses in voltage. That's very weird, you know? That's kind of weird. As much as it pains me to say it, I think the smart thing to do is to rip out all the faulty dot stars and replace them with neopixels. Yeah, I mean, there's one other option. Like, one other possibility is we've got. I'm going to switch back over to the auxiliary view. So it seems like I thought the problem was on this LED in here, so I jumped across it. Come on, focus, please. So I jumped across it, but maybe that LED is still causing problems. Maybe, yeah, it looks like one of our LEDs is burned out. But maybe it's not burned out. Maybe it's raising all kinds of hell. What do we think? I suppose it's the easiest thing to try, right? Alright, so let's cut the power. And let's cut the power and plan my attack. So I couldn't do this properly the first time, because I was trying to make these repairs when the oscilloscope was still closed, right? So maybe now that we have more accessibility, we'll do a better job of it. So, see, we've got this LED in here that's bypassed, and we can try to desolder it altogether. This could still be causing problems. Yeah. Seems like there's a short in there, actually. It seems like there's a short to ground on that side. Do a little scraping. I don't. Oh, that looks like hot glue, maybe? Flux? I don't know. So it looks like we have a burned out pixel. Could be causing the problems. $18,000. That's right. Sacrificial dot not being so sacrificial. Feasibly. Ollie Rock says, have you tried turning it off and on again? Yes, we tried turning it off and on again. Okay. Alright. Try to find a good orientation for this. And, let's... Will we ruin everything if we get our new, if we get our new hot air gun in there and just start blasting. So anyways, I started blasting. I think so. So I'm going to move the wires out of the way. Pardon me for blocking the action with my hand. Alright, so we're going to try our new gun. And, yeah, we're going to get our new gun in there. And I'm going to try to desolder that rogue LED that was causing me problems before. Maybe it's injecting some noise into the system that's causing all our problems. Reagan, thanks a lot for the $5 super chat. These pretzels are making me thirsty. You and I both, buddy. Really appreciate the super chat. This is awkward. Let's hope I don't start warping the case. The enclosure is polycarbonate, so it's going to be a little hot, or so it can tolerate a little bit of heat. But let's hope that's fine. If I tried putting it in rice, I ate all the rice. So let's see. We're going to mess around with this a little bit more, and then we're just going to rip this all out and put neopixels in. I doubt all of the LEDs are damaged, right? Like, unless I made it... Basically, like, if I did something that could blow out LEDs, right? Odds are it would take out every single LED on the strip. And some of these are still working, and it stops at a certain point. So I'm guessing is that there's like one or two... that there are a small number of trouble LEDs that are ruining it for everyone. So I think I will be able to reuse the remainder of this strip in other projects. Yeah, so not too worried about that. It'll take a few minutes to put everything back, but I don't think it'll be as bad as the first time. In part because like we have one fewer. Look, we'll play it by ear. Never know. Maybe removing this will solve our problem. Come on. I might have to use the smaller nozzle. Gotta work on my camera setup to make it easier for you folks to see these things. Is this really as high as the air goes in this? Yeah, I guess it is. Yeah. What about tapping the top a bunch of times? Yes, the percussive maintenance. I don't want to... Rudy Neymeyer says, just cut the LED out. Normally I would, but then I would have to, like, reach in there and jump ground and power as well. Yeah. Come on. Get off of there. Get out of here, see the top of my head. Zen Engineer says, any chance the wiring after it is faulty and shorting to ground the whole line at some point? I don't think it would... I mean, then it wouldn't do anything, right? Like, the weird... I think the weirdness is those pulses. Yeah, I think the weirdness is the pulses. Tavon Jones says, ground loop isolator. There's not a loop. The other end isn't connected to anything. So there's no possibility of a ground loop happening here. What's going on here? Let's replace this with a nozzle that gives us a little more precision. Let's give this a shot. I just want to use my new toy. All right, so I don't think it's the power. I don't think it's the data being fed into this. I think there's something wrong with this LED that's causing it to just output a spike, like voltage spikes or something on the clock output, perhaps. Yeah, I suppose we'll find out. Let's try a hotter temperature here. Boop. If this is still if this is still causing us trouble, we'll just you know, rip all of it out. Deal with the specifics later. We have a narrative to do here. This isn't about the actual engineering process. This is about giving the people what they think the engineering process is about. Richard Suckerson says, "Nice heat gun. What kind?" This is the Yihua 959D, and one of our lovely Discord members bought it for me because my heat gun, the previous heat gun, was that piece of garbage Spark Fun one, and it melted down after years of service. The pump for the air is in the handle, Rovi. It is, yeah, like all the action is happening in the handle, which is pretty cool. It does mean that the fan is less powerful, but it means it's less. It also seems to be a lot quieter, which is nice. I don't know why it's not melting this solder though. This is set at 390 Celsius, which should be. It's starting to melt the wires. It should be more than hot enough. It seems to be alright. Francis, this heat gun is crap. Any hot air with the fan, the handle is crap. That's a very constructive comment. I'm sure that'll help a tremendous number of people, especially myself. We appreciate your insight. Let's see. There are 50-15 blowers too. Yes, indeed. We need to add some noctuas. Well, the previous one had a pump, I think. It wasn't so much a fan. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna work from this angle. Oh, it shut off the heater when it's on the. Oh, it shut it off, but it's still. Oh, that's neat. Okay. Yeah. All right. I think we are going to. I think the smart thing to do here is to just rip out the wires and rebuild it. Yes. Let's see. So while this is still hot, we should have an easier time removing this part. I wonder if maybe it makes sense to just bypass this. Oh, hey. Oh my! Ripped the digital pad. Ripped the digital in pad straight off of this strip. I'm sure that had nothing to do with the. Had nothing to do with the problems. All right. Pain in the butt. On, out you go. Oh, it melted all the hot glue. Oh, it's sticky. All right. Here's what we're gonna do. Ow. We're gonna bypass. This strip altogether, the whole thing. We're just gonna solder these wires directly from this strip onto here. Of course, this LED is kind of got cut out from, you know, someone kind of seems to have ripped a pad off of it. So yeah, we're just gonna cut that one off and pretend it never existed. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna transfer these wires over one by one. I've got my solder. Let's move my iron into a more sensible position. Things get awfully crowded when we have these big projects going. It's also not having full mobility in this hand is probably not helping either. All right, so yeah, we're just gonna bypass this LED strip and see if that has any effect. Let's put this in here. All right, so I'm tinning the pads to make it easier for us to get those wires down. Oh, there we go. Hacks on hacks on hacks. Zack, stacks of hacks. All right, just put a little dab of of the flux. Just a bit. All right, and yeah, let's transfer the wires one by one. This looks like a job for. This looks like a job for new self-closing tweezers. Yeah, I've been slowly bringing all the. This is VCC. Yeah, I've been slowly repairing and just replacing tools and things. It's been a long time since we've properly taken stock of the place, and you know, revamped stuff. One of the challenges of running YouTube, and one of the challenges of running such a labor-intensive YouTube channel is that it doesn't leave a lot of time for maintenance and things. So it's normal that we're gonna have a lot of challenges like this. Right, that's it. Let's get the. So now let's do the clock. TS80 is pretty sweet. I do have a TS80. It's all right. I don't think I'd use it as a daily driver because it's not doesn't heat up. Like it doesn't chug out that much heat. So it's really easy to deplete the heat in the tip. I'd actually like to upgrade to a more pro quality soldering station that has some finer tips. Yes. I see the backseat engineers are really enjoying this one, which is fine. It's engagement. This one little strip, like this is just 3 LED, like this is just 4 LEDs. Like it's not worth cutting this and trying to splice one onto another, just because like we also don't know if this LED here is a problem, and all that just to save 4 LEDs. Like I think it's smarter to just bypass the whole thing. Also, these this particular strip is just tattered and a real mess. So let's see. Yes. Someone telling me which finger I should be using? Let's see. Put this here. Hey, Karis Cat is here. This Wednesday, join us on our stage channel on the Voidstar Lab Discord as we get Geeky Faye and Cheris. This is a great time to ask: is it Karis Cat or is it Cheris Cat? I think it's Karis Cat. But yeah, just confirm that for me. Yeah. Anyways, we're bringing in Geeky Faye of Geeky Faye Art and Karis/Cheris Cat to talk about basically on our little mini podcast as we talk about making projects to make art. Oh, Karis Cat, excellent. Yeah. So. Yeah, to talk about using making as an artistic medium, and I'm really excited. That's this Wednesday at 1 p.m. Mountain Time or 1900 UTC on our Discord, and yeah, I'm really excited about this because I don't have a single artistic fiber in my being, and I know that a lot of people aren't building projects in order to get the project, right? A lot of folks are building projects to express themselves or to get a message across, or simply for the joy of art. Point is, I don't get art. But I brought in some people who did, and so I'm really excited for this particular episode, this particular conversation, because it's one that I have been curious about for a very, very long time. So we've bypassed this strip. Let's see, because we know the signal is good on this. We know the signal is good on. Let's get this out of here. On this side of the strip, we don't know what's going on this side of the strip. Yeah. So hopefully this solves the problem. If so, maybe we could replace it. I don't think it's really worth replacing it. Unfortunately, I can't do any soldering with my pinky because my pinky has a rather deep cut in it. I'm actually in a non-zero amount of pain right now. All right. Let's see what happens. So it looks like. Signal is better. Let's. Where's our oscilloscope at? All right. So these three are working, and then it's gone crazy. Is it possible that this is a software problem? These are all white, so they're not flickering anymore, which is weird. This is odd. I didn't expect this. I wonder if there's a software problem at play here. Wouldn't that be wild? All right, let's find something groundy to attach this to. The ground I was using before has been unceremoniously cut out of the circuit. Which one of these is a ground pin? Why did they put the labels on the bottom side of the friggin' Raspberry Pi? Why did they put the pin labels at the bottom? Eben, why do you do this to me? Mr. Upton, sir. Okay, so let's confirm. Scale, please. What? Huh? Oh, that doesn't look very neat at all. This is what oh, jeez Louise. Let's go back to our auxiliary. Oh, hey, look at my mechanics gloves. Look at them. So this is what we're seeing. This is the clock. This is the clock output. This is a clock line between the faulty and the non-faulty segments. And this is what our data looks like. So data looks a bit cleaner. I'm going to let's just scale this down. All right, so it looks like our data's fine. The clock is a little messed up. This looks better though. So the signal is very noisy, but it definitely seems alright. It looks like we have about 50 nanoseconds of jitter. It does look like a bit of a mess. It doesn't look any better on the this is the input to that strip though. So I think this is just intrinsic to the parts. I don't actually know what the signal. You can't draw too many conclusions from a signal if you don't know what it's supposed to look like. Yeah. Let's see. So we want to let's center this. Bring this down a little. Okay. All right. So that seems about fine. So let's take a look at. That's very odd. Huh. Bear with me one sec. I'm just trying to figure out what the hell I'm looking at here. Huh. Yeah, I don't really see any, I don't see any reason why this isn't working. Yeah, I see we've got, yeah, this is what the clock looks like on the non-working side. Oh, this is what it looks like on the other side. Oh, that's, huh? This is what it looks like on the working side. Oh, that's odd. This is what it looks like on the non-working side. What's that doing there? What's that guy doing there? It's odd. This is really weird. Yeah, there's clearly something funny going on here. I'm gonna reset the Pi. That had no effect. Yeah, I'm gonna say that all right. I'm thinking that at some point while building this thing in my state of advanced sleep deprivation, I like plugged something in, like I plugged this in backwards, or they're dot stars. I plugged this in backwards, or I set the voltage too high, or I let the temperature heat up in there too much. Basically, I think I made some boo-boo. Pardon, that caused the LEDs to that caused a whole bunch of these LEDs to blow out. So what I'm thinking is, even if we were to, like, you know, jump this part or bypass it, we would just have a break over here. I see over here, let me show you this. So over here you can see that I have already, looks like I've already jumped this LED. So clearly problems were already happening. So I think I just damaged these. I think we just blew them out. So, yeah, let's rip this out. I guess we can also try the other. There are 2 neopixels here, so we can. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's no good. Yes. I doubt it's. Johan Chemtob says, "Are you sure it's not code?" I doubt it's code. Because if it were code, like if we just weren't addressing LEDs past this point, these LEDs. Let's turn this back on. Yeah. So what would happen is these LEDs that are past this point of no return would be random colors. They basically initialize to. They basically initialize to a random color and they stick with it. It's kind of what happens. Although now, like, we're using less current, so you know. Is it possible this is? I mean. Is it possible this is code? I suppose it. I suppose it's possible. I don't. Could it be possible that I've messed around with the code to hide the flickering? I think you're right. Who said this could be code? Because I think you might be right. Johan Chemtob. Hopefully, I'm pronouncing that right. I think this is code. I think this is a code problem. I think you're totally right. Let's switch back to the desktop. Yeah, I'm actually I have to do this by hand because my keyboard isn't working. Let's turn this on. There we go. Okay. Oh, wait. I guess while I'm here, I might as well turn my face off, right? So we don't get 2 faces. Because we're about to do a little coding. Boo. Code. Boo. You saw nothing and you heard nothing. This is really hard to do with the touchscreen. Wait, I made another mistake. I want my face to be on. Okay, enough messing around. Austin Graham, thanks a lot for the $5 super chat. Insert interesting question here. And you're doing great with the cameras. Keep it up. Thank you. It is hard to make this stuff entertaining, I'm going to be honest with you. We're going to turn the soldering iron off to prevent any challenges, shall we say. And let's get the... let me adjust our camera so that we can see this clearly. Okie dokie, artichoke. Alright, we're going to focus over here. Okay, this is going to take a bit. This is going to take a second for me to remember how I programmed this, because again, profound burnout and sleep deprivation. So bear with me 1 second. Oh, hang on a second. I just want to mess with the exposure on that camera a little, so we can see what on earth is happening. There we go. Close enough. Yeah, the dynamic range of these webcams is real bad. Okay. Yeah, we're sponsored by Things. I'll plug in a second. Sorry, Things, Backy. How did I do this? I'm like 45% sure. Oh, I'm like 45% sure that there's like a text file on a. Yeah, here we go. No, never want to download a new version of Sublime Text. No. I realized I just realized I laid my screen out backwards. Okie dokie. So how do I? Oh. All right. So here's our code. This is CircuitPython. Yeah, this is Adafruit CircuitPython. Yeah, let's do this over here. So let's see if I messed anything up with the code. Oh man, no comments or nothing. Dot star. So could I have messed with this? How many LEDs are there for one of these strips? So this one is going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so this 85 number. So I have two banks of neopixels. One of them is 15 long and one of them is 82 long. I think the one's 15 long is the I think it's the underbody lighting on the front panel, and 82 is the rest. And then we have neopixels as well. There are neopixels here too. I think those are lighting up the pump, although I'm not, or lighting up the reservoir, although I'm not 100% sure. So yeah, we're running this wheel algorithm 3 times. Let's see. So it doesn't look like we're doing any funny stuff. I suppose we could try just like setting everything to red, like just commenting all this crap out and seeing what happens. Pixels 2. Let's just start filling this with red. With alright, RG. Let's try filling these with pink. So I think when I save this, it just automatically runs the new code. So let's see. Okay. Yes, it looks like this is alright. Looks like this is code. See how those LEDs changed to pink? I think Johan nailed it. Something in this code is I'm just gonna set this to 0 so we can easily spot errors. Something in this code isn't sending the LEDs long enough. Or isn't sending this to LEDs longer than past a certain point. Here it is. Count. So I changed this value here, which you can't see because I have a thingy in the way. Change this value count to the number of from the number of LEDs to the number of working LEDs. So you see it doesn't line up anymore. So there we go. There we go. We're set. Looks like it was just that one bit that was damaged. So that saved us a few minutes there, didn't it? Let's go back to the overhead. And take a look. Yeah, look at that. We have rainbows. Let me just make. Yep, it's going all the way to the edge. These LEDs in here are the final ones in the chain. So it looks like we have been restored to full rainbow. See, I often say I'm not an electrical engineer, right? I just do electrical engineering, and people are like, "Oh no, you build stuff. Like of course you're fine. What do you mean all insecure about?" That's what I'm talking about. Like I feel like a real electrical engineer would have looked at that oscilloscope and been like, "That thing, yeah." Anyways, yeah. Okay, I guess we have LEDs. All right, so that's that problem out of the way. What else do we want to work on here? We should cut a hole in the side to get some air. We should also get some airflow going. That's the next order of business. Let's do that before we start bending tubes and messing all that stuff up. Double rainbow all the way. Yeah. All right. Let's. All right. That was a lot easier than I expected. I'm always surprised when things actually work. Okay. All right. We need to put in some. There isn't really a good place to put a fan, is there? I actually had this problem before. There isn't really a good place to put a fan. Yeah. Okay, so this is set. So this is good. Let's go back to. I think I'm gonna leave this corner cam up. and they don't come in handy. Yes. Right, so I'm going to unplug this, and we'll carry it over, because I want to... Oh, shut that off. It's making noise. Alright. We'll give this thing the once over, and figure out our game plan. Okay. Ah, damn it. Stuff looped around all over the place. What a mess. Alright, so here's the back part. Pardon the extra face cam. So here's the back part. We've got our radiator on this side. We're going to attach a fan to it. And I added these little, like you can see all the way through these baffles here on the side, so that can vent. And what I'd like to do is cut a hole on the inside, right? Cut a hole like here to let some of the air pass through the radiator. Problem is there's still some metal on the other side that's going to block most of that. But I suppose getting some heat through is better than getting no heat through. Yeah. Gotta figure out some place to... Maybe we could mount a... We can't really mount a fan on the bottom, can we? Maybe we could get a fan... Yeah, it was overheating. Maybe we could get a fan on the top here. So this part is actually like a lid. And we should be able to open it and remove it. Maybe we could get a fan up there. It would have to be kind of a small fan, wouldn't it? Yeah. Could also liquid cool the power supply. That's probably our worst option. Yeah, this is kind of sus. That's what happens when you try to build ambitious projects without a lot of time. Brooke says, fun fact, I almost broke the chromat several times before it was on the wall. Yes, Brooke stepped on it numerous times. Zen Engineer says, how sensitive is the oscilloscope to adding electrical noise from the fans in the LCD? I don't know. I don't have time to test these things. Yeah. Well, thinking out loud here. We could put a fan on the top. It would be a bit of an awkward fit. Put a fan on the... We could like put a hole in here and get some airflow going through here. I don't know if that'll be enough to keep the... I don't know if that will be enough to keep the power supply from overheating. We could try cutting a hole in the window and mount the fan to the window. Problem there is that I don't really have the right tools to cut acrylic. So we'd be doing it with a Dremel. It would be very sloppy, and odds are it would crack the acrylic. And I don't have access to a laser cutter to make another one. Can't put any fans on the bottom because the EM shielding is blocking it. So, yes. So, where's the power supply? The power supply is pretty much dead center. Yeah, it's pretty much right in the middle. That's tricky. We could like add a fan on this side maybe. Like we could cut the Raspberry Pi mount off at the bottom. Then it'll only be held on. I guess it's held on. It'll be held on here, 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 and here. So I guess like we could cut this off here and mount a fan on the side. Most of that air would be blocked by the wireless, by the connectivity module. Yeah. Well, whatever we do, I have to decide right now because it seems like people aren't enjoying pontificating about this very much. So, the first thing I'm thinking of here, is let's take a look at what our fan selection is. I feel like that will that'll dictate which direction we actually go. So. Yeah, let's take a look at our fans. Here's all the leftover PC modding supplies. This place is getting a little messy. And we've got a whole bunch of, we've got some options here. We've got some 120 millimeter, this needs to go here. We've got some 120 millimeter glowing purple fans. we've got what looks like a 60 millimeter fan. This I think this could end up being our boy. There's some 60 mil. We got a 60 millimeter fan. I'm gonna set that one aside because we might use it. We have a 140 millimeter fan. That one's kind of boring. So one of these 120 millimeter dealios, we're going to put on a radiator. But what do we got here? Looks like this is a pretty chunky looking guy. This is probably 80 millimeter, perhaps. Wow, 83 cubic foot meters. I don't know what CFM stands for. It doesn't make any sense. Cubic foot meters. Cubic fan meters. Cubic effing meters. So let's do some test fits here. All right, we already know we're going to put a 120 millimeter there. So let's see. Let me try to get everything organized here. So, we could possibly, I mean, it'll be a tight fit, but we might be able to get one of those, might be able to get one of these here. I think we'd be able to. It is going to be a tight fit, though. It's going to take up most of this back part. Wouldn't necessarily blow right onto it. Alternately, we could try to get this, we get this on the top. We could have it blow straight down. Smizzles is totally correct. Proving the point why it's always good practice to comment code even when it's only for you. Yes, commenting code is always a good idea, because the person at help could be yourself. The person that helps could be yourself. Could put this here. It would have to be on top. Most of the it would have to be on top of here. Most of the heat would or most of the airflow would be blocked. Jan Babbage Hull, thanks a lot for the $8.99 Polish. Late to the party. Can we see hand carnage? No, I don't like gore. I don't like showing gore. But suffice to say, I got a cut on my hand. Yeah, ultimately, we'll just cut a hole in the side and hope. Like maybe enough crossflow will get through. Polish zloty, that's right. Maybe like enough airflow will just make it through that. It'll help. I guess like it's the easiest. Cubic feet per minute. Oh, that's what CFM stands for. Yeah, thanks a lot for that. I'm thinking we'll just cut this open and we'll just cut this open and see if that's enough airflow. See if that's enough airflow to get the job done. Mr. Bond says, a very valid point someone once suggested was, always comment your code like the next guy that reads it is a raging psychopath that knows where you live. That's a smart idea, because I know where I live, and I'm probably the next guy who's going to read my code. Forget the fan to cool the PSU, says Change Control, use it to cool a Peltier. Well, let's take a look at the power supply. Let's take a look at the backside. Yeah, you can see our tubes that we've already done, and right here in the middle is the power supply. And you can see that there are like basically wires all around it. There's all this metal here that's going to block any airflow coming in from the sides. So this is actually a bit of a challenge. The original fan was mounted at like an angle. It was mounted at an angle, blowing in like so. Yeah. Yeah, so let's take a look here. So we would get a bit of airflow coming in if we punched a hole in the side, but not a tremendous amount, especially considering that we have, like, I didn't design it that way, so it's got like holes here, it's got perforations that'll keep the air from being funneled all the way through. So I guess we could like print some triangles to, seal those up. Yes, yes, Secotronic Upunto, it's still working. We are still working. Don't worry. We are going to get back to building stuff. But, yep. See, this is why, this is the main part of building a project that I just completely obliterate from our videos. Building a project takes a tremendous, especially if you're on such a tight time constraint, you have to be super careful that you don't have to rework anything. So figuring out exactly where we're going to, do things, exactly where we're going to situate all the items, is critical. It's time consuming and it's not fun to watch. But if you guys are ever if you folks are ever curious about how the sausage gets made, here it is. So enough. We've run out of time. We must take the best idea we've come up with and move forward because the natives are getting restless, and the show must go on. So we're going to cut a hole in the side, and we're going to see if that's enough. Let's move this out of here. I'm going to rearrange the furniture a bit. This is how you avoid analysis paralysis. You recognize that you had a lot of time. It's how you get rid of analysis paralysis. You recognize that you thought through it as best you could, but now you're out of time, so you just pick the best one. And if you can't figure out which one's the best, toss a coin. I have a coin on my desk at all times to use as my decision accelerant. Alright. So, let's detach the radiator, and then we'll bust out the Dremel. I just realized that I really should have set up some stream music, because I'm going to have to cut the sound altogether when I have the Dremel going. Oh, let me turn this to the side so our lovely studio audience can actually see what the hell I'm doing. Brian Fisher says, to be honest, I find the troubleshooting to be the interesting part of a project. I think this speaks to what's a way of saying it? I think they're sort of, in a way, I've had this hypothesis for a while. There are two types of people who become engineers, right? The first type loves solving puzzles. They're puzzle solvers. But they like figuring out their way. You know what would be perfect for this? Some sort of motorized screwdriver. The first type of engineer is the puzzle solver. They see a puzzle or an unknown or something, and they want to find the answer. They love hacking away at it, and they love that feeling of making progress. The second kind is, I guess I would call them more of like the inventor. Like, they want stuff, and the stuff doesn't exist, so the only way to get it is by doing it themselves. So in that case, the problem they're solving is more of like real world stuff. It's not like. So this is why I haven't put this in an episode, because it's not fully formed. But basically, there are some people who like the problem solving in the engineering process, and there are some people who like problem solving in service of a goal. Like my computer, my computer keeps going to sleep, and my computer keeps going to sleep when I am reading a long document, and my company's group policy doesn't let me change the sleep timer. So I will invent something that wiggles my mouse every once in a while to keep the computer awake. Like, that's one type of engineering. The other is like, this piece of code is running, or like, this piece of code is taking 400 milliseconds to run, but I don't think it should take that long. I wonder why. I think most engineers are the second. I think most engineers like the micro problems. Like the engineering itself. And I think us, I'm not an engineer, but I think us engineering types who really don't like the engineering process itself and just want to get it over with as soon as possible, I think we are in a bit of the minority. All right, so here's what's going on. We got our LED strips here. Which of these parts are we going to cut through? Okay, so it looks like this is where the jeez. Pardon the wobbling. All right, so this is where the case ends. So we're going to get rid of these LED strips, or at least relocate them for now. And all this part in here, we're just gonna hack it out. Get the Dremel and go ham. Unfortunately, I can't take this 3D printed bracket off because I can't take the 3D printed bracket off to make life easier because, in my infinite wisdom, I glued it in place. Yeah, this project... this project wasn't supposed to have any lifespan outside of that one episode. This is what I get for falling in love with my creations. The first engineer type. I'm sure there are more, right? Like, there's another type of engineer who gets a bad, here in America, has a really bad rap. Like, they have a really bad reputation, but I don't think that's fair. And that is the mercenary, the person who's just in it for the money. Plenty of people, like, here, I think the term programmer is often used in this context to talk about somebody who's a programmer, like basically an engineer as a career. Not someone who cares about solving problems or wants to make stuff. Just someone who, like, you know, just wants to make engineer salary. And there's no shame in that. And I think that doesn't make them any less of an engineer. All right, I guess we're gonna cut this. Let us see. Yeah, we can get this carving. We don't need to make this neat at all. Let me see here. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna take off the Raspberry Pi part so that I can like lay this thing flat. Yeah, we're gonna take off the Raspberry Pi part. I can lay it flat, and just make it safer. Then we're going to hook up the cutting wheel to the Dremel. We're gonna have to go sound free for a bit because it's loud with the shop vac on. We're gonna got a big sloppy hole in the side of our $18,000 oscilloscope. It's loud with the shop vac on. I really should be using some sort of chip extractor, some sort of vacuum cleaner system to catch all the crud. But nope, we're gonna get it everywhere, and it's gonna get ground into the carpet. It's gonna be a whole lot of fun to get back out of the carpet. Yeah, I think this is a really important. I think, like, with the engineers, this whole puzzle solving aspect is something that folks just don't think about. I think it's something that's critically important to the different like psychotypes of an engineer, I guess. A lot of folks just don't think about, especially other engineers. I think there's this idea that you have to solve puzzles in order to be an engineer, and that's not totally true. Because, you know, remember, like, a lot of puzzles are better bypassed than solved. So if you're in this mindset where you see a problem, fix a problem, you're locking yourself out of solutions. You're locking yourself out of power. At the end of the day, an engineer solves problems, not puzzles. But that's just me. I also, of course, I will reiterate, not an engineer, and I have, you know, and I acknowledge that I don't have the right to judge another person's. I don't have a right to judge another person's like culture. I am an outsider, but you know, just my 2 cents. I know we have a lot of hobbyist engineers here, and that can be relevant too. No, I'm not a puzzle solver at all. Brooke can attest to that. Yeah, I'd say on balance, I'm closer to programmer than real programmer. At least in terms of Silicon Valley-ness. Yeah. I think there's another aspect of it in that, like, the other reason I would say I'm more of a programmer is because well, I don't like programming. Yeah. And I think, like, one of the things, like, programmers, they don't really like programming. Like they're just in it for the money, or like they're just in it for the startup clout. Like, yeah, I don't like programming. I do it because I need it for the project, but if it wasn't necessary, I would avoid it. Nothing gets like, look, if you love programming, you know, go for it. Your preferences are your business. I just don't. Let's see. Random asks, Zach, how do you advertise a project? I'm developing an operating system in a new game, and I have no way to get it out there. Well, you can't advertise. Well, first off, you can't advertise something that there isn't a need for. Marketing is about connecting a need with a solution and getting people to sacrifice the right amount for it. And if people don't want it, you can't advertise it. So I think the operating system, you should deep six it. Unless it's like a Linux distro or something, in which case, I don't know. As for a game, I mean, promoting a game, there really is, in a way, there's only one lever that you have to pull for promoting a game. That is, you have to get streamers to play it. If your game is story-based, and if people see the story through the stream and don't end up buying it, change your game. If your game is very technical and it's unlikely that streamers are going to be interested in it, change your game. Get streamers to play the game. The best way to do that is first, make the game fun to watch. Make it something that when people see, I call it the 5 frames test. When people see the first 5 frames of video about it, they're obsessed. They cannot look away. Like, you can test this by take some game footage, put it on a phone, force the phone on randos. Like, just say, hey, I built this game, just let me know what you think. I know you don't want to, I know you're in a hurry, just tell me what you think. And once it takes them more than 30 seconds or so to give the phone back, I think you're on the right track. From there, honestly, just get in touch with a bunch of streamers and tell each one that the other ones are going to review it too. Get streamers to play it. You can also try to give there are some streamers and YouTubers who specialize in indie games. Let me get this out of here so it doesn't cause any damage. There are some that specialize in indie games. You have Northern Lion, I think Brozime to an extent, Bricky, Markiplier at one point. He's definitely not doing that anymore. But basically, these guys specialize in indie games, especially ones that involve things like procedural generation that a lot of indie games use in order to pad out their content. So you might have an easier time approaching those. You will probably have to. These folks are being bombarded with requests, so you'll probably have to get in touch with them 50 to 100 times before you get a firm answer. You'll probably have to get in touch with them 50 to 100 times in different contexts before you're told either, hey, this is pretty neat, I'll give this a shot. Or they say, hey, you're a creep, stop calling me, stop texting me, stop emailing me, get lost. Get your game to the point where people cannot stop watching it. Forget playing. Playing doesn't matter. People aren't buying... People play the game after they give you the money. So it doesn't need to be good to play. It needs to be good to watch. So get it good to watch, and get some people to play it. For each one, get it to a point where either they say, yeah, I'll think about it, or they say, this would look good, but X. I think that's about it. Unfortunately, there aren't really any other options available for promoting a game. You could try to get lucky on Reddit, but that's really just like a one-time burst. It's not enough to sustain a game. You need some sustained interest. It doesn't have to be multiplayer either. This is tricky because in a way it sort of has to be multiplayer. Hang on one sec. So the game, it can't be a game where you play it once and that's it. right? It can't be a game where it's one and done, because then even if you get streamers to play it, it'll only occupy, you know, maybe, let's say you get 10 streamers to play it and your game lasts for 20 hours. That's only 200 hours of exposure. That's not enough. That's like 2 weeks. It's not enough. You want a game that they can play for thousands, tens of thousands of hours. I think that the best. Let me think here. I think the best game that proves this. Wait, this is a metal disc. We want a plastic disc. The game that did this the absolute best is The Binding of Isaac. Among Us was interesting. I don't think it's worth trying to copy Among Us' success, because it is a social experience, and that means you can't. It makes it harder to get people to play it, because you need to get them in groups. But I think Binding of Isaac absolutely nailed it. Binding of Isaac is super simple. The art style is weird as hell. You want to keep watching just because you don't know what you're looking at. Like, is that a half flesh blob, half flayed skull screaming tears at me? Did that guy just shoot an orbiting laser? Yeah. Yeah. Randomy Random says, a little follow-up. My game is free open source in 3D, then why are you advertising it? What do you have to gain from that? If it's just like getting the word out that you can build games, like if what you're trying to if what you're doing is just trying to get the word out that you can build games, I mean, so he says, the hell. Sorry to be so blunt, but like, if the thing you're promoting the game for is like to get like to let the world know that you can make games, I think it would be smarter to make a number of games, right? Like, make really small, very flashy experiences. In that case, like, instead of putting all your eggs in one basket, I'm just making sure I'll actually fit here. Instead of putting all your eggs in one basket, you might be better off like trying a bunch of smaller games. Like, head to itch.io and look at the types of micro experiences that people do. It's pretty. Yeah, I think that's about what you're looking for. Honestly, though, most people don't have. Very few people get reputation. Very few people in the games industry get reputations. Instead, their games get reputations. And like, going back to whatchamacallit, going back to Binding of Isaac, Edmund McMillan has made a ton of truly exceptional games, like VVVVVV, or VVVVVV, yeah. Meat Boy, This Is the End, even The Adventures of Bumbo was good. But he's not known as a good game developer. He's known as the guy who made Binding of Isaac. Put all your baskets in one egg. Could be, yeah, I mean, again, I've been out of the industry for a long time. I've only been peripherally into the industry. So, you know, take what I say with a grain of salt. Let's see how loud this is. Is this loud? Is this too loud? Let's see. Yeah, you probably don't want to hear this. Am I mixing things up? I'm mixing up VVVVVV with Gish. I mix those two up fairly often. Let's see. I'm going to turn up my speed here a little. If this is too bad, I mean, the audio is compressed, so it shouldn't be too loud. But if it's too obnoxious, you know, just let me know in chat and do something about it. I can't really open up the Dremel because this is polycarbonate. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out a way to show it as I'm cutting it. I think we can do it like this. It's polycarbonate, so it'll bind up if it gets too hot. tell you, this smells great. Safety squints. So what I'm doing is just marking out a groove of where I want to cut. Then I'll really open it up and get in there. Gotta watch out for those wires. Although I'm probably gonna cut them. It's pretty much unavoidable. Alright, so we've got this roughed out. Oh, I should probably get this thing in where the camera can actually see it, huh? Oh no, it's flopping over. Oh no! Ah. Alright. Now let's really open this up. Get this done. Come on. All right. Almost done. All right, last cut. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Alright, that should be good enough. Alright. Thanks for putting up with a little noise. I should be able to just punch this out. Yeah. There we go. Thank you for your patience. Sorry if that wasn't the most pleasant. I'm still figuring out how to do stuff like physical fabrication on stream. Still very much a learning experience. All right, so this isn't the neatest looking, but it will provide some airflow. Let's see. If I hadn't already traumatized your ears so much already, I'd be putting on the sanding drum and put on the sanding drum and give it some sanding. Yes. Yeah, we were cutting an $18,000 oscilloscope with with the Dremel. Just just another day at the Voidstar lab. So yeah. Okay. Let's grab the same knife that almost put me in the hospital yesterday, and at a safe distance, just knock off the whatever the hell it's called. Flashing? That's mold making. Bead? Chip? I don't know. Whatever. Point is, we're knocking off the crud. Come on. There we go. Alright. It's only going to look gnarly from one angle. And I just won't point the camera in that angle. Problem solved. Alright. Where's the file? There we go. Just gonna file this out a bit. Oh, that probably doesn't sound too good either. Alright. Close enough. You can see why I plugged it up. Okay. Let's get this out of here. Hey, looking good. Alright, so we're going to want to fill in these little gaps here. But in the meantime, I'll just relocate this LED strip right up in here. Very nice. And let's reattach these, and then we'll get back to the liquid cooling. Put this over here. Yeah, where's my canned air? Give this thing a good blow. Platonically. Oh, that sounds a little moist, doesn't it? That sounds dangerous. I'm going to go dump this out before something goes terribly wrong. Oh, that is disgusting. Ew. Oh, there's still a little bit of like congealed ass old coolant in the bottom of it. Gross. Yes. Well, okay, so now that we've filtered out between the loudness and between the tedium, the loudness and the grossness, it's safe to say that we've filtered out all of the less committed viewers. So only the people remaining, you are the elite, the few, the proud, the true fans. Yeah, I don't really know what to do with this. I don't really know what to do with that knowledge. I was kind of hoping a joke would make itself clear. Anyways, let's rebuild an oscilloscope. More like an oscilloscope, am I right? That's what Brooke called it, oscilloscope. Oh, let's turn this over to the side. Usually when I'm recording myself building a project, the camera's over coming in this way, so I'm used to facing everything that way. Yes. Are we okay to sample this for music? Asked Jan Babish Hall. Knock yourself out. Knock yourself out. As long as you don't start promoting your SoundCloud in here. Yo, you gotta check out my SoundCloud. It's hot fire. Maybe I should put this up on SoundCloud. I'll call it avant-garde music, and if anyone leaves a negative comment, I'll just say you don't understand. You just don't understand it. You just have no, that's what happens when you have no culture. It's cultural something or other. I don't even know. Andre Tagliati, thank you so much for the 4. I mean, that doesn't even have a country. That's just our $. For I don't know. But thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And oh, there's a little coffee emoji guy. Cheers. Look at this mug. It's got butts on it. L'chaim. Are there any plastic shreds in there? Yeah, there are a few. Never do that. Oh, and Jan Babbage Hall, thank you so much. Yo, dog, can we sample your noises? I don't know why you would want to do that, but, you know, like, go ahead. You know, it's like asking, I don't know. It's like asking, can I raid your compost bin? Like, all right. You need to be awfully more creative than me to figure out a way to abuse that. This is going to end terribly, isn't it? Okay, let's see. I did slice my hand open. Kenny Webb, thanks a lot for the 12 quid. Use this to get a nice jeweler's saw and blades. Jeweler's saw could have, could have done a good job. Maybe I will. Maybe I will. I have a hacksaw. That's basically the same thing, right? 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 Why isn't this going in? What's happening here? Alright, I guess it's just different screwdriver. Microplastics. That's right. Look, if they're good enough for fish, they're good enough for me. Brooke, why are you disgusting? Like, we've already... Brooke, we've already lost almost half our audience. Let's not gross the rest out and send them packing too. No one, I don't think very many people want to hear about an injury. Yeah, an injury so gnarly that I am hiding literally my entire hand. We need an even bigger screwdriver. I have one. Don't try me. Don't try me. I'm packing heat. Well, I mean, look. The long and short of it is that I was. Long and short of it is that I made a 3D print. I had some. I got some. I forgot to put a detail in, so I carved it in with the hot knife. That left some, some plastic around the edges that had to be cut off. So I grabbed a knife and got to work. And while I was doing so, the layers split apart, and the knife slipped through and hit my pinky. Hit my pinky right about here. Yeah. Luckily, I was cutting away from myself, so it hit. It hit my pinky instead of my thumb. If it had hit my thumb or my tendon, that would have been bad. Yeah, it was stupid. It was stupid. You shouldn't put. Yeah, it was dumb. You shouldn't put any pressure on a print while you're. Oh, that's not a trash can. Never mind. You shouldn't put any pressure when you're using a knife on a 3D print. Like, if the knife doesn't move on its own, you have to use a different tool. No, don't start gore OnlyFans, Brooke, you sick bastard. Why would you? No, ew. I don't like gore very much. I don't like hospitals. I don't like medicine. I don't like any of that crap. It cheeses me out. Cheeses me right out. Right out. I don't want any part of that. Yeah, I want nope. The inside parts stay on the inside. Okay, So let's oh, that's not right. Yeah, let's reattach the Raspberry Pi and figure out what we're gonna remount the Raspberry Pi and then place the new pump reservoir combo, and yeah, then we'll I don't want this. I want this. Yeah, we'll place a new pump reservoir combo, and then we'll run the exterior tubing because there's going to be liquid cooling tubing on the outside of this. One of them's going to be really long too. It has to go all the way from like one side to the other. This is going to be fun. This is going to be fun. You know what's not going to be fun is trying to hold that screw in place holding that nut in place wearing gloves. Gotta get that nut. I'll use my tweezers. I'm still not sure if these are useful or if they cause more harm than good. Come on. There we go. Tweezer. They do the tweezing for you. All right, let's put this over here. There we go. Oh, that's, oh, you see, it doesn't hold it very tightly. So, yep, there we go. Ah, excellent, excellent. This would have made life a lot easier. No, I'm not using nitrile gloves because I don't want sweat to build up. I've got to keep it dry. And I need breathable gloves. It's covered in like sterile Steri-strips, I think. They're like these adhesive wound closure thingies, which I think should protect it. Where did I put my screwdriver? Ah, here it is. In like Flynn. Thanks. It's kind of tight quarters, isn't it? Yeah. By the way, this episode is sponsored by Thangs, the 3D printable stuff hub. Yeah. Use the link in the description. Go to things.com, and you can download all kinds of really sick-ass models with no BSing, no messing around, no 5 seconds waiting for ads, no $2 to any of that crap. Nope. Just models ready to download and print, and most importantly, ready to view. You can check out all the models right there on the site in 3D, a 3D view that loads in milliseconds. And if you're on an iPhone, and I'm pretty sure if you're on a recent Android phone, you can even use an augmented reality feature to preview the item sort of IRL right now. It's things.com. Been sponsoring us for a bit. All the stuff from the Omegalith, my new computer, that has some 3D printed fan grills and pump holders, radiator covers, as well as some accessories for the new Anycubic Viper that we gave away in the last episode. All of that is on my page on things.com. But use the link in the description. Yeah. It's Things, THANGS. Just use the link. That way they know that I sent you, and they know that I'm cool, and they know that then I know that I can pay my rent next month. Yeah. Next episode. I don't think they're sponsoring the next episode. Next episode though is about remember my intro to keyboards video, like how to get started in keyboards? Well, next episode is going to be the next one in that series. We're going to talk about, fittingly, how to build a PC. Yeah. Right now, graphics cards are hard to get a hold of, but I know from experience from rebuilding the Megalith that other components aren't. So if you're thinking of buying a computer, it's not a terrible time to start the build. Yeah, you can. The longer you spend building up a computer, the more time you have to like spot deals, get bundles, look for used stuff, and just generally research and figure out exactly what you want to build. And yeah, if you never really built a major project before, building a PC is actually fairly easy, all things considered. And you get to put a lot of your own personal style into it. Anyways, yeah, next episode is about how to how to get started building a PC. And of course, we're also going to talk a bit about whether it's worth water cooling or not. Whether it's worth water cooling, and if you do, whether it's worth making a custom loop or using an all-in-one. Honestly, I think that could be a whole episode in of itself. Could be a whole episode. But yeah, I don't think it's the one to make now. Yeah, get your as like, you know, as the crypto market rationalizes and you know, supply chains spin back up, graphics cards will get cheaper and you know, become more practical. Although honestly, like, I'm using 1080 Ti's in my build. Like, that's like a 4-year-old graphics card. They still work great. They still get like minimum 100 frames per second on most games with the settings cranked up. I play at 1440p, which I think is strictly better than gaming at 4K. I don't think gaming at 4K is worth the crazy resources. But yeah, look, if an old card like that can do great, and I think building a PC now is not as crazy as people think. Jeez, even like the mid-range last generation, like even the 2070 is still an awesome card. Ah, jeez. The thing is, like, graphics cards are improving faster than games. I think games, especially the so-called AAA games, have like they've kind of hit a point where like, it's not practical to make the graphics any better, right? So like, yeah, it's not like practical to make the graphics any better. So even older graphics cards are going to have a lot of staying power because the graphics cards are advancing faster than games. Anyways, yeah, it's going to be a fun little episode. Also, this Wednesday, we're bringing in Karis Cat and Geeky Faye to talk about building projects to make art, using projects as an expressive medium. And as somebody who has not an artistic cell in their body, this is a topic that I am really curious about. VR, all right, Daniel AKA says VR is the next big milestone, I think. VR has too many problems. I don't even think it has to do with the technology. The fact that you have to wear a headset, the fact that you need a wide area, are game breakers in and of themselves. Then you add in things like motion sickness, the need for external tracking, the crazy computational power. I mean, that's just icing on the cake. At the end of the day, I just don't think VR... on top of all of that, VR takes motion. Like, at the end of a long day, you want to sit down, slack off, pick up your controller, you know, bang out some Call of Duty, maybe, you know, like, put on some music and, you know, kick some butt at Apex, call up your friends, shoot the bull while, you know, figuring out who's sus. In VR, like, you're ducking, you're weaving, you have to, like, you're moving your arms around. You can't eat or drink anything. You'll send it flying off the table. Yeah, I just don't think it's the way. I also don't think VR works the way people want to play video games. So I'm very bullish on VR. I'm very bearish. Bearish? Whatever one means that I don't think VR has much of a future. I love it. I mean, I think it's fun. I play so much hot dogs, horseshoes, and hand grenades. At least I did. But yeah, I don't think mainstream success for VR is possible. I think it's too far outside what people want to play. On top of that, remember what I was saying about streaming. Very hard, possibly impossible to stream VR properly. I think maybe you might see like some VR streamers, like the HoloLive type thing, playing VR games because they can get a full range of emotions while playing a VR game. But covering your entire face is just. I just don't think people accept it. But that's just me. My predictions aren't always great. Yeah. I'm curious what you folks think. Yeah, because my tastes are definitely you know, aren't always don't always line up with the mainstream media consuming general populace. Oh, look at that. Yeah, with the brass ones on this. Oh, it looks so good. It looks so good. VR flight sims. VR flight sims are neat. They might solve some of the problems. What's weird is I expected to see, maybe this exists and I just haven't heard of it yet, but are there any flight sticks in like, you know, like HOTAS systems and whatnot that register in VR? Like, are there any that like you can see in VR? Because that seems like a natural fit. Yeah. As far as I know, I am not aware of any of those. Okay, so now we've got this pump that I've left sitting here for some reason. Yeah, how do we want to do this? Are we gonna? So what are we doing? Are we gonna use soft tubing to connect the two halves? That seems sensible, even if it's a little like uncool. Alternately, I'd have to like cut a slot in. Hard tubing is going to be a problem. I think the smart thing to do, I think, is soft tubing. Although it's not the coolest. Yeah, so I guess we're not going to use this one. So this one instead is going to be a soft fitting. This also means we can't. This also means there's no chance of getting water through this today, because we're gonna need. I need to go to Micro Center and get more tubing. I didn't think I'd ever need it again. Yeah, the VR. I think it's fun. Yeah, unfortunately, like I think I'm not even sure desktop gaming is gonna last. Like I suspect that streamers are going to take it over to such an extent that basically, like, I suspect that for a lot of games, people are going to watch streamers play on. I'm just giving this a little rinse in the soapy water because it's got some scum on it. I think people are going to watch pros play on desktops, but they themselves are going to play on mobile. That certainly seems to be the way things are moving. Yeah, especially with the younger audience. Increasingly, I think the idea of a kid getting a gaming computer is going to be kind of ludicrous. I don't think your average parent is going to have even a console. Like, I have a hard time believing your average parent's going to have $500 to spare soon for a console and a TV. It's etched right into it. Well, okay, let's figure out where we're going to place this thing. These are not going to be used anymore 100%, so let's remove them. Where's our screwdriver? Here we are. Let's scroll back down to the bottom and catch up on the chat. Flight Sims in VR. Kind of the game that made me realize that, I have to get a screwdriver or something in there to jam it up. Kind of the game that made me realize that I was being too optimistic was Steel Battalion 2, which is a game that really, like, it's sort of along the lines of like almost like a flight sim in VR. That used a combination of controller and VR, controller and motion, and that game bombed, and the combination didn't do too well. And that kind of made me a bit bearish. I think that was Kinect. They used a combination of Kinect controls and... wait, this is a triangle. What on earth? Triangle screw. Yeah, they used a combination of motion controls and controller. And it didn't do too well. And that makes me worried, let's just say. Let's just say. Yeah, I think, I don't know, I'm a little concerned that virtual reality is going to go the way of the hi-fi system. Come on. Unscrew. Come on, unscrew. It's happening. Might go the way of the hi-fi system. I like VR. I've been trying to think of an idea for a video to do in VR for a while. I think that would be kind of neat to try to like design a project in virtual reality. Just the pieces just haven't come together yet. I know it's possible to do streams in virtual reality. There are like programs that that's screwdriver's coming apart now. There are programs that let you like keep an eye on chat, and there are even programs that like superimpose like a webcam over the game, so you can like see the person in the virtual world. It'll be neat to combine those with building projects. Basically, it's a really long way of saying that I want to get a valve index and I need to rationalize it. All right. So, where are we going to place this? Because this is much thicker than the previous one. We put it here. It'll be a little awkward for put it here. Yes, the base of this is much wider. Kita says, "Hey Zach, I wanted to say thank you so much for what you do. I have a condition that leaves me with some bad days, but your videos help me get through them. Thank you very much." Oh, that's really sweet. I mean, look, I make this stuff because I make these videos because I think this stuff is really cool, and I'm glad to, and a little more than a little surprised to find out that plenty of other people share those feelings. So hey, I really appreciate the feedback. Now, where are we gonna place this? We could also just not do it horizontal. I know that like this pump will work a lot better. Horizontal than the last one, but there's still something to be said for going vert. It'd be kind of awkward to attach here, but it's doable. Like we could model a bracket that wraps around here and lets us mount this guy, which would kind of balance the lookout a little bit. I think that would actually be kind of cool. What do you folks think? Mount this guy here. So I'm just gonna turn this over. So yeah, or even we could even mount it closer to the floor. Yeah, I think that would be kind of cool. Where's our fan at? Where did I put our bin of PC parts places? I don't think folks realize how trash this place gets during streams. After every stream, it's a hysterical mess. All right, so this will probably go on like. Oh wait, you guys can't see what the hell is happening. Oh. So this will go on here, and I'll make this go hereabouts. Yeah, that looks pretty cool. That looks pretty sick. All right, let's do this. Facebook, that guy you saw says Facebook putting money into VR basically means they'll force its success. That phrase, force its success, has been attached to the greatest failures in tech history. You cannot force success. Either people want it or they don't. You can't. You can make sure that every person who could conceivably want something gets it, but you cannot make people who don't want it want it. You can make people think they want it, and that lasts for like 10 minutes. But if it's something that people can't get any value out of, its success is limited at best. The best, for so much Kickstarter crap. But yeah, a lot of Web 2.0 stuff went this way. There were people selling stuff like fresh food in the first .com bubble, selling fresh food online. They didn't have the logistics for it. People didn't want it. They didn't trust it. And some of these, I think Fresh Direct tried to make it happen, and it didn't work. They took a few more tries. So what do we want to do here? I think we want to make a bracket that mounts in between possibly the fan. It's kind of awkward because there's nothing really to mount this to. Yeah. I think Facebook. My guess with Facebook is I think Zuckerberg drank the Kool-Aid. I think Zuckerberg got hornswoggled. I think he actually thought that VR would be the next big thing. I think he was a true believer. He got bamboozled. Yep, and I think he just. I think it was just a straight misplay. I think people want to read into it to make it, because they think like, oh, he's actually a secret visionary. But nope, I think he just made a bad decision. Straight up. All right, so let's do a little 3D modeling, or we can just bend some tubing, and or you just bend some tubing and do the modeling later. I think that might be the better way to go about this. So we are going to set this up so that this is almost at table level. So we're going to want a place to run these cables. We're going to put this approximately over here. Yeah, I think Palmer Luckey pulled a fast one on the Zack. Not even someone smart enough to make Facebook is immune to being hornswoggled. Yeah, I think the way Facebook rationalized it is, if VR ever succeeds, we want to be the ones who own it. Or they thought that like people would hang out in VR. This pandemic shows clearly that people have no interest in hanging out in VR. And even if they do, they can't afford it. Alright, let's get... so, yeah. So this guy is going to go here. Right? Yeah, this guy is going to go here with using the soft tubing to bridge that connection. We'll put this here, right? Yeah, I'll put this here. And how do we want to do this? We're gonna have so like, man, this is awkward. I'm gonna move the overhead. Yeah, so I think we'll have the pipe go out here and into here. And I guess we'll have another go all the way up and around into there. That seems kind of crazy. But what else can we do? Maybe we can run a tube like across the top here, so the lights can pick it up. I think that's the play. It's going to be a very long tube though. If we mess it up, we're going to have very few do-overs. Yeah. I think that's going to be fun. Yeah. I like the... I think VR is fun, but it's one of those technologies that people can't seem to think clearly about. It's one of those things that people want to be the future, which is a very unhealthy approach to technology. The future isn't about what people want. It's about what people need. It's very hard to get someone to sacrifice anything for something they don't need. At least over the long term. Anyways, yeah, I think that's our play here. Let's do a little 3D modeling, and let's do a little 3D modeling, and we'll get that running off. Oh, it's already 4 o'clock, so we're gonna be bringing this to a close in about an hour. But I think this is a good thing to do with our time, unless you really want to see me bend that last tube, unless that's really what we want to see. Here. Yeah. Yeah. Let's. I also want to play around with my new space mouse. So, oh man, I'm about to knock everything off my desk in this direction. Great. So. Face this way. We're going to point this over here so you can see as I take dimensions. And let's rearrange the furniture like so. And let's do a little bit of CAD. Let's get my sandwich out of here. Oh, the sandwich is stale. Right. Got our calipers. Let's do a little screen sharing action. Fusion is already open, and yeah, let's make this happen. Yes. Oh, there we go. All right, I want to make this very clear. The Space Mouse is not very easy to use, and I've only been using this for a day and some change. So prepare for some fun. All right. Yeah, check that out. See, now it's, at least now it's smooth. This reminds me of like that CDI Zelda game. Link, don't forget to grab some rupees. Yeah, I'm barely in control of this, especially with a glove on my hand. So yeah, let's do some building. It is very smooth. I think VR. The only thing that I think to bring this discussion to a full close, the only thing that I think could make VR a true mainstream success is the same thing that I believe is the only way to make augmented reality mainstream success, and that is nothing less than a full immersion neural interface. Nothing less than complete computer control, in both directions. Will that ever happen? I don't believe it'll ever happen. I don't believe humans will ever advance neuroscience. I don't believe humans will ever advance elective surgery in any way, and human augmentation. I don't think. I think our religion is just too strong, and people are just too squeamish about it. But I think if you could do like full immersion VR, then I think it would take off like crazy. I don't think people would ever leave. I think you just have your body run automatic workout routines while you dicked around in VR. So let's do this. New design. Okay, so we're gonna make something that goes between. The radiator and the fan, and maybe something that. Do we want to make it mount onto the bottom too? It's gonna need more support. Maybe we should make it go all the way down to the floor. Yeah. Light Lotus says, screw religion, give me RoboBrain. Unfortunately, we live in society, and as a part of that, people get to decide what other people are allowed to do and not do. I think it's religion and squeamishness. I think people will use religion as a way to rationalize their squeamishness, but at the end of the day, I don't think it's something that we as a species will ever bypass. But that's just a theory. A game theory. Oh, Christ. Alright. I already seem to have enough trouble. Doing CAD when I'm not using a new piece of technology and when I am not on stream. So, yeah, this is going to be fun. Jeez, damn. Alright. What's the dimensions of our screws here? Maximum, let's call it 2.5, maybe? 3? Let's call it 3. Michael Veriker asks, out of interest, how'd you learn Fusion 360? The same way I learn literally everything. Build projects until I realize I know it. I've never used any sort of tutorial or class in a significant way to learn anything. It's not an approach I would recommend. It is a personality defect. It is a lack of self-control. But yeah, I just built a lot of projects, and when I realized I was taking too long to make stuff, that's when I would that's when I learned new tricks. When I got stuck, or when I realized that, hey, this thing's taking a really long time and it probably shouldn't. And I also try to keep an eye on other Maker YouTube, and I pick up a little that way. But yeah, this is 120 square. Well, it's a very dramatic hammer angle, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, I never turned the brightness back up on the auxiliary camera. Well, we don't have time for that now. All right, so this is what the cross section of the radiator looks like. All right, so let's see. We also want to make that cutout in the middle. Let's just make our life easy and do it like this. We want that cutout in the middle. Let's offset this by 5. Let's call it 3. Yeah. Close enough. All right. Okay, so that's the basics. How do we want to actually mount this thing? How do we want to do this? So we've got our fan thing there, and this is going to screw in between the fan. How are we going to do this? Like, this thing will screw in between the fan and the radiator, like so. Will it get centered in it? This isn't really the best way to solve this problem, but sometimes one must micturate with the anatomy provided. So this thing is going to have to be held off at least 5 millimeters in both directions. So this is like the screw is like 2.5 millimeters, 3 millimeters. Oh my! So this is going to add 10 millimeters of thickness, approximately. And we're going to have the bottom ones on there. Yeah, so we're going to need 5 millimeters in one direction, 5 millimeters in the other. And we could try to nest that in with the notch that the fan mounts to. So this thing could actually go outside the fan. Yeah, could be a little weird, but I'll have to slip in on the side. That's kind of odd. This is the hardest part of doing a 3D print. It's just planning out what the shape is. It doesn't make it any worse when you're like me and you can't draw. All right, so we can either space this out a lot and put this here. That's the easiest. You know what? We're gonna do the easiest. We're gonna space this out a bunch. We'll drop this below. Yeah, we'll make it chunkier. Never solve using thought what you can solve with brute force. Okay, so let's finish this up. All right. Come on, get back. There we go. All right. So these are the parts that we want to extrude. So our screw is about 3 millimeters, so we're going to extrude this. Let's call it 9 millimeters. Yeah. All right. And the radiator is going to go here. And our fan is going to mount here. And yeah, okay. So the next thing we want this thing to do is we want this to extend underneath the the radiator. Underneath the radiator. Yeah. So let's see. So from our point of measurement, our point of reference here is going to be the bottom hole. Let's make sure this thing is lying flat so we get accurate measurements. All right, so our point of reference here is going to be this bottom screw hole. And from this guy to the floor, or to the table, I suppose, is... I can't read it because it's pointing the wrong direction. So from this thing to here, in the neighborhood of 40.5 millimeters, is that accurate? 39 millimeters? Oh my days. How many other people watch the Great British Baking Show? That show's freaking delightful. 39, let's call it 39 and a half even. That guy you saw is how much is a decent 3D or space mouse? Well, it's not up to which one's decent, it's up to which one exists, because there's only one brand, and they start at $150. Is it worth it? Probably not. Probably not, but it is a lot less jerky than navigating using, like, mouse. Which, for a stream, is relevant. Okay, so let's open this back up. Did I miss a super chat? I don't think I missed a super chat. All right. You know what? We're just going to line this up. All right, so this thing... So let's see. So we've got this bit that extends down to the floor. So this is parallel to this. And we determined before that it was 39.5 millimeters. from that hole. All right. So this thing has this like recess in it. We also want we have to know what this dimension here is to the bottom of the from the hole to the bottom of the radiator. It's approximately 9.5. Do we have 10? 9. Let's call it 9.5. All right. So this is going to take a few tries. So this is of course all going to be done off camera because it's going to take a few tries because there's a bit of a curve to this. Curve geometry I've found is next to impossible to nail on the first try. Okay, so you've got the earth. Nice earth, you might say. Okay, so this bit needs to be extended to cover the entire bottom of the radiator. So let's measure that as well. What's the thickness of this radiator? It is a very thick radiator. There is no good reason to have a radiator this thick. It was just the cheapest one on Amazon. 65. The oscilloscope might have been expensive, but there was no parts budget. So let's see, minus 65. Okay, so this is the basic shape. Next thing we need to add is this this sort of recess thing at the bottom. I'm going to turn this on its side so that we can get a good look at it. So it extends almost all the way up to the edge. Looks like we have about 4 millimeters in this direction and a negligible amount here. Yes, and the depth is no, we're not going to need this yet, but it's always good to know. It's about 8. All right, so 4 millimeters inset and then an 8 millimeter drop. All right, so let's hide this sketch and start a new one here. We will project this geometry because that's what we care about. We are going to need a center line because this is symmetrical. We're going to want not another center line. That's too many center lines. We want this, and we determined before that this is 4 millimeters, and we'll mirror this. Okay. And we said before that's about 8, so we're going to make this a little. We're going to make this a little deeper then. So let's extrude this minus 8.5 minus 9. Let's do minus 9 because then I can get some tape in there and help. To help hold it in position. There's also this plug at the bottom. There's this stopcock. We're going to want to leave a cutout for that too. So this guy is approximately 20 millimeters. Let's call it around 20 millimeters. And let's see, from the edge. All right, so this is let's see, true diameter of this is 12. So from the top of here to here is, come on, gotta get a left-handed calipers. So that's 13 and some change. That seem right? Folks generally use whole numbers when they're making dimensions, but all right. So it says 13.85. Let's round that up to 14. All right, so that's 14 plus half of 12. So that's where it is. And let's cut that whole corner out. Let's get back to our drawing then. Okay, so it's weird to be able to rotate it. Weird to be able to rotate along the y-axis. Not used to that. Okay, so then that's this corner here. So let's draw our circle that's 20 millimeters, and it connects using tangent to here and here. These are both 90 degrees. this from here to here is, what did we decide? It was 13? 14.8. I should really write these down. So it's 14 plus half of 12. Half of 12? Half of 18. Half of 18 is 9. Alright, so 14 plus 9. There we go. And how far away is this from the edge? 6 feet from the edge, and I'm thinking maybe 6 millimeters isn't so many millimeters. Alright, so it's 8 and a half. 8 and a half plus 9. Alright. 8.5 plus 9. Okay. Very nice. Alright, and this has to get punched all the way through. Unless we just want to leave a hole. Unless we just want to leave a hole for it, but yeah, let's just leave a hole. Okay. That way. Went that way. Yeah. Okay. So now we need these rounded bits. This one doesn't matter. This one does. So that's going to impact the wait. Yeah, that one's going to collide. So we need to fillet these because they are dimensionally relevant. It's not 43. 3. All right. Okay, so this is our little frame thing. Very, very scientific, I know. All right, so for this, all right, so now we want to add our. Well, there's one more element to this. Now I'm thinking about it. We need the geez. Okay, so there are two options here. We can either have this mount low profile, right, by putting a hole up. Either have this mount low profile by putting a hole here and here and here going inwards, and the pump would only be attached by 3 holes. Or we could do the safe choice and extend this out by like 5 millimeters or so, maybe more, to add room for another screw. I'm thinking we do. I'm thinking we play it safe. Unless we think this is, unless there's enough room at the bottom. Here, let's, oh man, I'm even worse with my left hand at that. Welcome to Voidstar Lab, where we've been told things once worked. So now let's open up our X-ray. So here's the question: can we fit our screws here? So these screws are 30 millimeters apart, 35, 34 millimeters by 65. All right, 34 by 65 seems right. I actually do have the dimensions for this somewhere. Yeah, 34 by 65. That sounds right. So let's put this here. Let's start. No, why would it, what? Turn over, please. All right, project this, Space Mouse, work with me here. There we go. Project those. All right, I don't think we'll be able to fit this. Let's draw our dimensions first. Let's draw our holes first. So we want 34 by 65, and our screw holes are going to be about 3 millimeters. Let's call this 3. Oh, not 2. All right. So yeah, looks like it's going to be a bit of a tight squeeze. Yeah. Also want to keep this away from the fan. Like we don't want the we want to keep this away from the fan screw too. This is interesting. If we put this here, it brings us a little close to the fan screw over here. Or we could bring it up here. I guess we want to leave some. We do want to leave some room at the bottom. Let's put this here. All right. So we also. Okay. So I'm going to put. I'm going to draw a center line, or we're going to draw a midpoint line here. So this has to line up because we sized this so that it would fit. Let's see. Yeah. I prefer to do my circle dimensions like this. Check this out. So I put a dot at the bottom instead of going from center point to wherever we're measuring. Let's also project this instead of going from center. Geez, why does it keep snapping like that? Instead of measuring from the center of a circle, I prefer to. Now I don't even. Oh man, I don't even know what I'm looking at. Instead of going from the center of the circle, I prefer to go from the edge of the circle because then I don't need to do mental math. So we're going to go from here. So we want our dimensions from the bottom of the circle to here. We just want to make sure this is. I don't know. We want to make sure it's as much as possible. Let's call it 6. Yeah, this looks all right. Okay, so this means we don't actually need to extend this as far as we originally thought. Which would be nice. Let's inspect. So this is what, 3 millimeters? Like we could make this 3 millimeters for consistency, but screw that. All right. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a line, right? Oh no, wait, not this. We're gonna do a line from here and to here. Let's make this collinear. All right. Come on, up you go. Ah! Once I know how to use my own tools, I'll be unstoppable. So we want to leave 3 millimeters there as well. Okay, so this will form the extra. So we're all right. So let's finish this. Extrude this out 5 millimeters, not 45 millimeters. And this will give us some extra room for screws and stuff to bite into. Yeah. So this is the basics. It's quite large, as you can probably see. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The thigh cam. My thighs. No, don't look. I generally don't wear shorts. It's only because it's so hot in here. All right, so I think this is about it. Let's. A few more things I want to add here. We have to have something to fasten this to. So we can do a captive nut, like we can have a slot to drop some nuts in there. We could use a heat set, or we could just have it drive directly into the plastic. I'm thinking captive nuts. Yeah, I'm thinking captive nuts here because we don't want this thing to fall off. It's just going to be one of the heaviest components in the. Yeah, the reservoir is going to be one of the heaviest components around. So I'm not sure heat set inserts are going to be able to restrain that girth. We do have a lot of them. We could try. What do you think? Is it worth risking the thing fall off? Captive T slot. I don't have any T nuts lying around. The question is, do I have any 3 millimeter hardware at all? Huh. Ow. Do I have any 3 millimeter hardware at all? I have some number 6 hardware, which is about the right dimensions. Let's see how this fits. No good. Number 6 is too... Oh. Number 6 is just barely too big. Steal some from the TV remote, says Kenny Webb. I don't have a TV. So it looks like that strategy is closed to us. Oh yeah, I keep all of my parts in these. And I keep all of my stuff in these like parts trays. Because if there's one thing that I just cannot stand, it is looking around for stuff. I never, under any circumstances, want to look for anything. It's just a waste of time, and it really grinds my gears. All right, I don't think any of these are going to do it. Yeah, we already established that number 6 is too small, right? Yeah, there's too big. Yep. Let's get that out of here. These are bigger hardware, but I might have miscellaneous. I don't have any like assortment, like screw indexes, like parts assortments. I really should. How about this one? No, I think this is also a number 6. What are these? Number 6. I thought I had some M3s in here somewhere. Yeah, one of these days I just have to like bite the bullet and where's our one of these days I just have to bite the bullet and go on McMaster and get one of those like super crazy like parts kits that has like everything. All right, we got some M3. Got some M3 hardware in here. One of those bonkers parts kits that has like every single M4 screw. Parts management is very important. A sus? Did someone just call me sus? Randomly Random asks, Zack Freedman, do you ever use Blender for 3D modeling cars or parts? I can't stand Blender. I hate that program. I hate that. Its UI is terrible. I also have never modeled anything of organic shapes. Alright, so I think we'll do M3. Let's try the heat set nuts. I think, let's give it a shot. Unless you want to do captive nuts. Problem with captive nuts is they need support material. Unless we like build a slot up right from the bottom, which I think would be a little overkill and it would weaken it substantially. Let's bust out the heat set. I learned that I was actually installing heat set inserts wrong. I learned that actually earlier today. Let's just confirm that the insert fits the screw. So when you're using a heat set insert, you're supposed to use. Wait, is this not an M3 screw? Is this not an M3 screw? Different threading? It's not fitting. Maybe it's different threading. Well, that's a good thing we tested then, wasn't it? Yeah. So when you're using heat set inserts, you're supposed to use the coldest temperature possible. You want the temperature to be the lowest that will allow you to drive the. All right, this fits. Yeah, these are different threading. I'm gonna set these aside so they don't cause any more confusion. Yeah, you want to use the lowest possible temperature that will soften the material, because if it's too hot, it will deflect the material away from it, and it won't make as strong a bond as it could. So, for instance, like I'm going to try. So before, like when I was sticking one of these in like PLA, right? I'd set it to 200 Celsius, but now I'm going to try setting it to 100. Unfortunately, this won't work because these screws are too short. Yeah, even these M2.5 screws are on the short side. I think we're in trouble. I don't think I have hardware that. I don't think I have compatible hardware here that'll let me mount this. I guess for the final Hail Mary, let's see if there's any spare parts in my PC case screw thing, because I'm sure there are the properly sized screws. The question is if they're long enough, because they're usually designed to, because like these screws are probably sized to fit into metal, not plastic. Like they don't need the full length of the screw. So we've got some partially threaded screws here that could work. Let's see. Well, oh, there's actually. Hang on a second. Something's unexpected in here. It looks like the pump. Looks like the mounts in the pump itself are threaded, and they're definitely not M3. I wonder if. Maybe that was our problem the whole time. Oh, wait a second. Yep, I think these are the original screws. That's it. These are the original screws intended for mounting this particular pump. I thought I had lost them to the gaping maw of the floor, but doesn't seem to be the case. Oh, even got little plastic washers too. Very nice, very nice. Okay, so this is what we're going to be designing around. Looks like we lost one of our washers, but oh no, wait, there it is. Very nice. Okay, this is what we're going to be designing around. This bad boy right here. M5. That's 3. Maybe it's M3.5. Let's see if it fits. Maybe it'll fit these. Do I have an M3.5? I have an M4 insert. I think it's too small though. Oh nope, fits fine. Yeah, these are M4 screws. Do I have M4 nuts? Because otherwise we're going to have to screw these in from the back. And that is going to get a little awkward. So these holes, alright. So we've already made some mistakes here. This is my punishment for not making this parametric from the start. These have to be 4 millimeters, not 3. Alright, so let's change these. So, what's your impression of the Space Mouse? Is it making this more watchable? Okay, okay, good. So then we're going to make the extrusion here. We're going to make this 10 millimeters. Problem is the heads of these screws are gonna make this a little odd. Yeah, very nice. Space Mouse. It's not really a mouse. I'm surprised how much that bothers me. It's not a mouse. It's a navigation device. Okay, so around each of these, we are going to add another 7.5 millimeter for the head of the screw. 7.5. And 7.5. This is for the head of the screw. I'm worried this is going to weaken it too much. So how? All right. Let's take a look at our dimensions here. Dimensional navigation controller. Yes. Yes, you can make anything sound lame by naming it properly. Okay. This is 3 millimeters. I think we're going to have to bust out the big guns for this one. I think we're going to have to bust out the carbon fiber nylon to print this. We're going to need maximum strength and rigidity. It's 3 millimeters. Okay. All right. I think we have what we need. All right. So, first, here's what we're gonna do. All right, we gotta make room for our screw heads. All right, so we're gonna start from where are we here? So we're on the surface of it. So we're gonna start from an offset plane. Or hang on, we're gonna start from here. Except we want 3 millimeters, right? So we're gonna do -3. And the distance is all. Yeah, this is sus. This is gonna weaken it a lot. This is gonna weaken this part. Although I guess this isn't strictly necessary, right? We can't have this hole here. So what? Oh, we're selecting the wrong thing. All right, so we want to change our profiles. So we're gonna have to do this one separately. A little on the awkward side, but you know, gotta take what we can get. Right, so we're gonna want this one and this one, and we're gonna start here. And we're going to end at, say, here. Oh, well, we want to, let's just call it, yeah. There we go. Easy peasy. Okay. So now we have mounting. We're going to have to drop the screw all the way in, right? And then, you know, get a very very long screwdriver all the way down there. But I think we can make it. We can make it work. Space Mouse. All right. So yeah, let's make this look a little nicer. Yeah, let's make this look a little nicer. Let's knock some corners off of it. Let's see. We want these to be, let's say, 3 to about match the fans, right? We want the bottom ones should be pretty fancy. We want those to be more on the aggressive side. Yeah. Oh, I forgot something. We should sculpt in a channel to route the wires, right? We should sculpt in a channel to route the wires into the back. Space Mouse cam. Well, I mean, we're not using. We can appropriate the thigh cam. Put this over here. Yeah. Space Mouse cam. Bear with me one sec. I'm just... Oh, that's not what I wanted at all. That's total opposite of what I wanted. Auto exposure. There we go. There we go. Now we have a Space Mouse cam. I should probably save this, shouldn't I? Let's see. We want to call this PimpScope. PimpScope? A PimpScope. Let's see. PimpScope Pump Braquet. Very nice. The camera was so dark because I darkened it to make it easier to see the LEDs while I was working on the code, because I thought working on the code would take much longer than it actually did. Alright, so let's see. The cables here... So exactly where the cables end up is going to depend on where... where the cables end up depends on what the orientation of this is going to be, and we don't really know what that is. So let's So I guess I'll just build a put a channel at the bottom. I'll just put a really aggressive chamfer on it. Yes. P for Pyroject. Project those. It has these little radial menus, but I don't really know how to use them. Alright, we want a center line. Alright, we want a regular line. We'll copy this. And how much room? How thick are our cables? Thick. Extra thick. Looks like about 6.5, give or take, millimeters. You have to trust me on this one. I'll just call it 7. Call it 7 even. This is the space mouse. It's for mousing through space. In the future, no one will use regular mice anymore. They'll just use the space mouse. Yep, calling it here. In the far future, where the idea of doing anything without augmented reality, I can't even finish this stupid bit. It's just so unbelievable. No, the Space Mouse is a goofy toy, but it definitely makes it a lot easier. Definitely makes it a lot smoother to navigate around for a stream. All right, so we want a real aggressive chamfer on this. Let's start not too aggressive. More. No, not that much. Oh, definitely not that much. Oh no. Nope. Let's do 25. Yeah, there we go. And we also let's also scoop this a bit so the cable doesn't get damaged. We're gonna be able to see this now that I'm thinking about it. So maybe this is a bad idea. Maybe we should be trying to hide this a bit more. The Space Mouse, yes, Felix, the Space Mouse did get its own camera feed. So many folks wanted to see it that it only seemed natural. So let's go to. I think this will work. It might look a little weird, but look, this is just a prototype. We can always redo it. Okay, very nice. Now let's make this thing look pretty. I'm gonna turn on dimensions. Akelia, hey, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Oh no. If chat can make you get a Space Mouse, can we make you get a trackball too? A really, really nice one. I actually used to have an excellent trackball. For a really long time, I used the, what is it called? The Kensington, the Kensington Expert Mouse. That's what it was. For a while, I used the Expert Mouse. So in a way, I have actually trackballed a bit. I just realized that I should probably put the like a scoop on the other side too, so we don't shred the cables when they come out the other side. Could we get a trackball? Trackballs are really hard to work with. I guess I don't think it's Jesus. I don't think the difference between a mouse and trackball is as prominent as the difference between mouse looking and using a Space Mouse. So I guess let's do the same. Yeah, I just don't think it's the same level. But I don't know. I mean, I am going to open up a mailbag eventually. Oh no, I don't think I have text from Brooke. No. I've been trying too. I've been trying to keep an eye on it. Oh, we missed one. We missed one. Yeah. All right. Oh, of course we want to smooth this out as well. Of course. Yeah, that looks good. And let's smooth this out too. Alrighty. I think this looks all right. I'm thinking that let's see. We're thinking of printing it like this in this orientation. Although this orientation is probably better. Although these are going to be so. Let's see. So when we're picking orientation, right, it comes down to where the weak spots are going to be versus where we're going to need support material. So if I print it in this orientation, right. It's going to be weak in this direction, so these thin parts here will be easy to snap. If we print it like this, right, it'll use less support material, and this part will be stronger, but we'll probably need support running through here, and this inner part here is going to collapse, so we're going to have to tent it to keep, because like you can't remove support. Oh, I have to move this over here. You can't see anything. You can't remove support from an area that long. So we're going to have to tent it on top, which means we're going to have to make it thicker. Thick. Which is in turn also going to weaken it. But I still think it's the best option. Alright, so this is going to be our orientation. Oh, jeez. This is going to be our orientation. Yeah, this is where it starts. Let's see. Pick that. Yeah, it's. Although this part's going to be against the side of the thing. No, it's not. This is sticking out. I suppose we could also just not support it and just ream it out. I think it's not the way I usually like to do things, but yeah, I think we're just going to print these cylindrical areas. Oh, we're going to print these cylindrical areas unsupported, and that does mean they're going to sag, but I don't think there's any way we can get around this. Yeah. Could also print it like this, or like this, which is going to take forever, and it's going to, you print in this orientation, which is going to take forever. It's going to need a lot of support material. Jesus. I can barely control this thing. Get me off this crazy thing. Yeah, alright, so we can also print it like this. Which means we're going to need a little more support than before, but it means we're not going to need to support too many of those holes. The only ones they'll need to be pointed are those. I think this is the way to go. This isn't how I'd normally design something like this, but I think it's the way to go. Yeah, we want it this way. Yeah, all right. So this is the way to go. So that means that we want to add little pointy bits to, come on, Space Mouse, work with me here. We want to add little pointy bits over here, so we can print these circles without supports. Yeah, it's this easy. Luckily, we already have these lines. This stream is turning out to be like categorically unpleasant to watch, I would imagine. Like, it's got everything. It's got loud noises. It's got wild movement on the y-axis. It's just got everything. It's got me eating. Like, it's just a who's who of things that people would normally never come back to a stream under any circumstances for. Yeah, I guess this is... Yeah. Still working on it. Unfortunately, the way it works is, in the real world, there are no do-overs. So, people see me eating, they quit, and they never come back. People see me having trouble controlling my Space Mouse, and they never come back. They hear loud noises, they never come back. But unfortunately, there's no other way for me to know. There's no other way for me to learn and improve and try out new tools and whatnot. so it's just the price I have to pay. Let's put it this way. If you have anxiety problems and that bothers you, don't become a professional YouTuber. Alright, so let's see, we need let's see. So we just need to not cut these here. Brooke is trying to get my attention. Let's just come to the end of this part. I think this is my cue to end the stream. Let's see. No, it's someone on our Discord. We should end the stream soonish, though. I think I think enough is enough. I think we've done a lot of tubing bending, did a lot of debuggering, and now I think we need to do some 3D printing. Is there a reason to continue this all the way up? I don't think so. In fact, I think I actually want to. I think I actually want to round this bit off as well. I know it's gonna screw up. Can we not do that? I guess not. Oh, I guess it didn't screw up. All right. Yeah. So we'll print this bit, and yeah, we'll have to come back to this later. I don't care if that collapses. Cut it in half and glue it later. Before ending, could I shoot at printing? Unfortunately, it's not possible. The 3D printer cams have both been disconnected because they were causing too many problems with the network. So right now, unfortunately, there's no way to see it. Whatchamacallit? Learning how to send compressed video from a Raspberry Pi was on the to-do list, but unfortunately I cut myself and couldn't. And yeah, that ate up all the time. I am so far behind on all my work, I can't even express it. Anyways, yeah. So, yes, we got a nice gap. Yeah, so this Wednesday, join me on our Discord. That's discord.gg/voidstarlab as we talk with Karakat and Geeky Faye about using making as an artistic medium. If you're not already subscribed, please feel free to do so. All of our stream replays are available to our patrons. So if you're it doesn't matter what level you are, even if you're on a level, as long as you donate me a single $1 on Patreon, you get access to all of our stream archives. Yeah, next episode is coming soon. I'd like to say it's Friday, but there is a lot of interference this week. It's very unlikely. So expect an extended gap. Expect an extended gap between now and the next video. I see a bunch of people asking if I built stuff. The answer is yes. If you are even wondering whether I built something here in this room, I built it. Yeah, so thanks a lot for everyone who tuned in. I hope everyone enjoyed the show. Thanks to everyone who donated to the show via Super Chat. Your donations go a really long way. And I hope to talk to a lot of you folks on the Discord. Discord is free. That's discord.gg/voidstarlab. You can also follow me on Instagram. A lot of my projects show up there and never end up anywhere on otherwise in social media. I'm Zack Freedman. You can find me on Twitter. That's a good place to find out about all kinds of upcoming events. My username is Zack Freedman. Yeah, thanks a lot for tuning in. I had fun. I apologize for any of you who didn't. But yeah, the oscilloscope is now a number of steps closer to being done. Once this is printed and that's together, it's really all just going to come down to bending the last couple things. I don't know why people keep trying to use Twitch commands. You can't do YouTube bots. There are no YouTube bots. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, I guess it's been real. Peace. Bye-bye. Sweet streams are made of these. Who am I to disappoint?